take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing. I swear it's golden. So good that I'm rolling. Baby, you make me crazy. I'm seeing roses. Baby, just maybe you save me. Oh, take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna do is move with me, I'm seeing blue, yeah. In a disco-colored room, hearts are blooming. It's so consuming. Love what you do.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew there in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns?
Oh, so close.
Great racing, sled catching, American magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
Welcome back to Puerto in Mallorca. Yesterday, a long day with 3 races going well into the late afternoon, early evening. More of the same today. The forecast is slightly better with a more settled breeze, much more typical Palma day. Top of the table, American Magic leading by a single point, but Alpha Plus pushing hard behind with a solid day yesterday. And the good news for Allegra is the shore team worked well into the night. They have the boat ready to go racing. As you can see there, the damage on the aft port quarter repaired. They're ready to go racing. But as I say, Alpha Plus pushing hard in second. We caught up with Edo Stead, the new tactician. Edo, we were saying the other day, it's great to be back. Have you back in the 52 Super Series? How is it?
Absolutely brilliant. Alpha Plus, really good team. Lots of really good balance of young sailors and some good experienced trimmers, and going well actually. I've only been here now for 5 days, but we seem to be getting it gelling well and making it all work.
Your history with 52 Super Series, what's your key honours?
Well, I've won 3 World Championships, 2 with Quantum, 1 with RAN, but that was quite a while ago. But we're a runner-up at the Worlds last year with Sled, and a 3rd place with Allegra in Cascais Worlds 3 or 4 years ago. So, yeah.
And what do you think you bring to this team? What was lacking, perhaps?
I'm not really sure what, I mean, in terms of what I actually bring, I think is that there's a bit of experience, definitely quite a bit of maturity because I'm knocking on a bit now. But just, keeping things simple, communicating, all the little things that make a difference, around the racetrack, and, helping a young team develop into hopefully, top of the podium guys.
What are the key elements you're seeing in this team that for the future?
I mean, I really love our speed group is great, led by Rod Dawson, Zach and Alec and Steve-O. Nick does a great job of driving the boat. Yeah, he's a very experienced match racer, and we're still figuring out some of the starts, the comms and things like that, but everyone we do, we feel more and more confident. So, and the enthusiasm, I love the enthusiasm in this team. We're the constant drive to be better the whole time is great, and last but not least, fantastic owner in Sean and Tina. So their enthusiasm is infectious.
Is there a certain kind of underdog spirit, perhaps?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, I think that, but at the moment, the way the class feels is, with the 12 boats, is that the playing field is very flat, and anyone can. If you sail well and you do all your basic Jim Saltonstall things, like you start well, you go the right first 2 shifts, you sail the boat fast, good boat handling, all those little things, the basics, if you put all that together, then you're in the frame. And the secret is trying to make sure you can do that over 10 races, not just one.
And what is the element of that secret?
I think you just got to keep chipping away and not get down when something's gone wrong. I think in this fleet you have to take every boat at every mark, or every position. Doesn't matter whether you're turning a 12th into 11th or a 2nd to a 1st. Every single bit counts, because at the end of the season, it's all about those points. And we've seen so many seasons won by a point or tied, or so. Just got to keep the hammer down and keep chipping.
What else characterises this team? I mean, what your role as tactician? Are you kind of team management, motivator? What's the balance behind the scenes?
No, I think we've got. I mean, I'm still finding my feet, but we've got a really, really good coach in Steve, in Jared. Steve-O does a really good job of managing the team, and we've got good. We're also part of the Quantum tuning group, which this is my first experience at it, and. The being able to meet in the morning with all 4 teams, led by James Line, and just see what people are thinking, just confirming our setups. So the speed loop is sort of happening with the input from 3 other fantastic boats and a coach, a world-class coach who. I can't remember how many world championships Jim's won, but I think it's in the 20s now. But, there's that input makes such a difference. So, that's a good part of it. And then I think there's just something in terms of, we know we've got a lot more we can do with the team. We're the only boat with old rigging. We know could have maybe improve our keel fin. So there's lots of things that could happen, but at the moment it's just about, let's just try and be better with what we've got and be consistent and just keep fighting.
The eternal question is always, after a good day, how do you maintain that level?
Well, I mean, I think that yesterday was one boat at a time, one beat at a time, one run at a time. Today's pretty much the same. I think today we might have, there's 2 very different weather scenarios today. We've got two very strong forecasters have got 2 different ideas. So we'll wait and see when we get out there. One might be a really tricky bit like yesterday, maybe. And the other might just be a Palmer, sea breeze, subtle twist maybe. And every metre counts. So not that it doesn't anyway.
How's your navigator?
So he's in good form, but he managed to twist his ankle yesterday, so we've got him an ankle brace for today, but I think he's having quite a few ibuprofen at the moment.
And this morning we caught up with Arantxa from Alcedo. She's a bundle of energy and full of ambition.
This is the first season for me on the 52, so I started in this Liga with the 44, like in this environment with the 44 last year, and obviously for me it's always been a dream to sail the 52. I was watching the race from my laptop.
At what age? How old were you when you were watching the 52s on your laptop?
I started a few years ago. When I was sailing the dinghy and just watching the race. Yeah.
And what's it been like then for you? What's your job on the boat?
So I'm the floater, so I mainly help the bow team. So let's say preparing the kite in the hoist, or dropping the jib, or trimming the jib in the downwind when we have jib up, stuff like this, squeezing with the weight with the boat, and yeah.
So what's the big challenge for you?
Yeah, it's a challenge because you have a couple of moments with high intensity, like for example when there is a call of a kite change and I'm the lightest person, so I have to go inside and clip the new kite, so everything has to be in the right position, in the right place. That's quite challenging because there's a lot of pressure, responsibility, and then there are part of the race when for sure you don't have during the upwind, I'm not trimming a sail, so it's just looking around and try to stay focused. So it's a much less intensity. So it's all the race up and down, and in the moment you have to do something. You have to be aware of what's going on while you do your job. So yeah.
What's your ambitions in sailing? What's your ambitions with the 52s?
That's a tricky question because when you start and it's a really difficult environment, especially if I've never done any Olympic classes, so it's hard to have a career in this world. I'm light. I don't know. I will see what the future gives to me. I don't want to be focused to a precise goal, but I just want to grow as much as possible, like reach the highest point I could reach.
What's the team like? Just give us a picture of the team from your perspective.
The team is, half of the team was the previous team of Interlodge, half of the team was the previous team of the Swan50, so Vitamina.
So you were on the Swan50, were you? Or?
No, there's a couple of us which have been we have been sailing with Matteo in the past, so he knew us, and so we are on the team, but it's just, I guess, me and Pablo, the pitman. And it could be tricky to mix two different teams with two different nationality, but I think the experiment went well because we have the know-how on the 52 from the Interlodge people, and then we have all the relationship between the owner and the trimmer, which comes already from the past, from this 150. So I think it's a good mix.
You're a good helms person in your own right. You steer the boat.
Sorry?
You steer a boat in other circuits, do you?
Yes. Actually, in the past, I think I had more chance to steer than to be the bow. So, last year, when I started the 44, it was, I would say, one of the first time I had to manage other role because I had a dinghy, not an Olympic class, and I used to steer. I used to steer the 5.5.
You've won in the 5.5, haven't you?
Yeah, one race, yes.
One race?
No, I mean...
championship?
No, because I steer only one. Sorry?
Oh, I thought you won the championship, bro.
Yeah, it was a Enoshima Trophy, which is a championship for classic boat because it's an internet world championship, let's say.
So you are a world champion?
It's not the world championship of the 5.5, but it's a world championship because it comprehends, it's an international trophy. Yeah. But
so you want to do more of that, do you?
I wish, yes. I would like to do a lot of this small boat stuff to get more feeling, improve.
Then steer the 52.
Okay, if we go back to the question of the dream, that's the dream. I didn't want to be so ambitious, but for sure that's a dream. Yes, that's for sure the dream.
What's the ambition today? What do you want to do today?
Today? I always want to win, always, even when I walk on the street. So today I want to win.
We're promised a much more typical Palma day, according to Adam Bischel, who gives us the weather. Adam, how's the weather looking compared to yesterday?
Today should be a lot more standard Puerto Portals Palma weather on the bay there. We should get a nice little afternoon sea breeze, sort of 10 to 15 knots hopefully, and can be up to 3 races possible with the wind forecast that we have.
Why was it so tricky yesterday? What was going on with the weather?
It was just post the little bit of the front that we'd had the day before, that sort of thing. So it was mucking things around, and it's also been a little bit the 2 days before that as well was also, our forecast wasn't what we ended up getting. So fingers crossed today, the forecast is correct and we get what we are forecast.
So how do you think that will manifest itself on the race course? Is it going to be more one-sided, busier in one end of the line, etc.?
Going to be tighter than ever. You saw some little collisions and bumps yesterday. Well, there might be a few more today. Hopefully no damage, but definitely some close racing for sure.
What about for the sled team? What's the strategy in that situation?
Be ahead of that bunch so we don't get caught in all of that.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done, but we'll do our best.
So 3 good races yesterday, 3 different winners. Let's look back to the action from yesterday. Welcome back to Puerto Portals. A beautiful morning, sun's out. That's the forecast for the day. We should have good breeze. Top of the table, well, it's Allegra hanging in there. They've done a 10th, 6th so far this season. Can they finish on the podium this regatta? Let's go racing. Well, race number 3, breeze angle about 255 degrees and a nice solid breeze on the start line. Well, actually American Magic get the best start, but it's a very even beat. The left comes in strong once again at the top mark. Alcedo read that really nicely, come round leading at the top mark with Alpha Plus round in second, Paprec in third, Gladiator in fourth. Alcedo extend down the run with Alpha Plus through in second, Paprec in third. Down in the final run, American Magic stay out to the left, make a nice gain, and through the finish line is a win for Alcedo. American Magic gets second, Paprec in third, Alpha Plus in fourth, and down in sixth, Allegra now are just a single point ahead on the regatta standings. So race number 4, super close start. Off the committee boat into the line. Well, Gladiator come in very, very late, tack away early and getting out to that right side. Actually really pays off for the British boat. They lead round the top mark with a big, big lead from Paprec. And at the offset mark, Platoon Aviation's bowsprit hooks the back of Allegra and comes clean off, and they get a 3-point penalty for the collision. Through the finish line, it's a big, big win for Gladiator, but then it's the closest finish we've seen for a long, long time in 52 Super Series. Vayu get through for second, pipping Alpha Plus by just 2 seconds. Then Sled, Alcedo, Paprec, Pravetsa and American Magic all through in close succession. So a very even start for race number 5. Breeze is still up and around about 260 off the start line. Will Pravetsa get a nice start, get out to the right early along with Alcedo and Criolla. At the top mark is Pravetsa leading, Criolla get round in second, Sled are there, American Magic having to take some sterns on the approach to the mark and get round in seventh. But the leaders make an early jibe going out to the left. American Magic stay straight and make a big gain down the first run. And it's a big win for American Magic coming through the finish line with Alpha Plus in second and Criolla in third. So after 5 races, American Magic are on 19 points. They're 1 point clear of Alpha Plus, who are second on 20. And then 3 teams, Allegra, Sled and Pravetsa, all on 28 points. Well, indeed, welcome back to Puerto Portals for the penultimate day of racing here at the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series Sailing Week, the penultimate regatta of the season. And it's looking good today, Katie Dabson. We've got a great forecast and the breeze has been in for a while now.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. As we heard in those interviews, it's a pretty classic Palma sea breeze day here at the moment. Actually, we've got 14 to 15 knots. I've seen up to 17 knots. But yeah, the boats have been out sailing for quite a while, doing their pre-start prep, which is nice because with the past couple of days we've had a bit of a delay waiting for wind, so the teams are kind of able to get a bit more sailing done before the start this time, so hopefully they'll be a bit more tuned into the racing. But yeah, it's looking like a really good day.
Adam Beachfield there saying that he expects it to be even closer on this typical sea breeze day. The wind angle is 215 degrees. And what do you think then? Everybody knows where to go on this race course. It's going to be huge pressure on the start line, whether you push for the early position or play a little bit more of a patient game. What's your thoughts, Katie?
Yeah, so I think everyone thinks kind of Palma, Sea Breeze Day, go left. I think there is still a little bit of right to come in this breeze. We're seeing 215. Most of the forecasts have it getting as right as kind of 230 and settling there for most of the day. So that's something to think about. But yeah, I think for me, if I was on this race course at the moment, I'd be kind of wanting to get bottom half of the line and head out to the left-hand side of the course, which we know in Palma sea breeze conditions is super strong. But yeah, all on the start of this one. I think it's going to be more of a speed race than we've seen yesterday. There's a lot more tacks being made upwind, lots more gains and losses with all the shifts. But this one, yeah, I think more of a speed game, so super tight racing.
I mean, in terms of risk reward, this is what we've been talking about over the course of the regatta so far. So American Magic, interesting yesterday. Terry Hutchison just saying it's about the pursuit of perfection, still trying to get these 1% small gains every day. So that's from their perspective. Alpha Plus in second, just a point behind Allegra, 28. Three boats then locked together on 28 points. Allegra, Sled and Provezza. 31 points for Value. Alcuro Vitamina on 33. Also Criolla on 33. Gladiator 35. Azar Paprec 48 for Platoon Aviation. These three penalty points yesterday really hurting them in that middle race, and Teasing Machine in 12th. But Katie, just really principally looking at Alpha Plus, they've been so consistent. What do they have to keep doing? Correspondingly, look at Platoon Aviation. They really need to push the risks, but it starts with doing the basics well, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the big differences as well is Alpha Plus are kind of on a slightly upward trajectory. They've had a really good week, and they're being consistent and consistently up there, and their confidence is going to be building, whereas Platoon on a slightly more downward trajectory this event, and they've had a really tricky day yesterday with losing their bowsprit in the collisions. So yeah, they need to try and chip away and build that confidence back up.
Indeed, the guys were saying that what they really want is a good start. They're pushing forward early, trying to protect their position. They have a little bit of runway to leeward at 12-15 seconds to go. The real battle is at the committee boat end of the line, where you see Provezza just closing out Gladiator, but Provezza looking like they may well be over Gladiator. And so disaster there for Provezza, having to go round the top of the line, round the committee boat. Gladiator also having to spin back, so that everyone else is clear. A good start there for Paprec in particular. Criolla nice for time and distance. Now then, Platoon Aviation seem to be going fast off the line. Can they pull forward and hold the station on Criolla to windward of them? Actually, looking at the positions now, they really do have quite a nice line coming off the start line. American Magic, Katie, just a click slower, not quite getting the position and the acceleration they wanted. Allegra and Teasing Machine alongside each other. So Katie, on board with the Platoon Aviation, what do they have to do just now with these three boats behind or just slightly to weather? What's their strategy? They keep pushing for speed. Yeah, go on, Katie.
Yeah, I think they're not going to have the option to tack out, so I think they need to keep pushing for speed, and they've got quite a nice gap below them by the looks of it, so they're able to manage their lane quite nicely. They don't have to go for a high mode. They can kind of take the speed while they can. So I think if I was kind of on that boat, I'd be going for speed, but also taking height where I can to try and really hurt the boats in front of me, try and force them to tack off, so that then Platoon will be left with options. But really nice start from them, and it's really nice to see that they've come out fighting today. They're not letting yesterday kind of get them down too much. They've come out onto that start line and they've really kind of made their mark on that start. So really cracking start from them.
Yeah, we saw that really from a few seconds before the start. They'd taken an early position on the line and they protected it, and really in this breeze they're going a little bit quicker, and certainly a foundation to work with for the German flag team. Harmuller Spreer on the helm this regatta. And I guess one of the things they have to really focus on, or not focus on, is getting too involved with Alcedo, and particularly get spooked by American Magic. For now, Platoon Aviation have to sail their own race. because the history has always shown that when you get involved with one boat, you'll tend to drag each other backwards. So now is the time for platoon aviation to look forward and sail fast. But conditions really great, Katie, aren't they? We're at only 13, 14 knots of breeze. And this is
it's a really,
three-race
really
day,
nice
isn't it?
conditions out here actually.
A 3-race day we're expecting, aren't we?
Yeah, another 3-race day, and I think 3 races today, and I think we should get them off a bit quicker than yesterday as well, because the conditions they're meant to be really stable, and they are feeling really stable. It's feeling like a positive day out here in terms of conditions. I think they're going to really smash them out, and I think it's going to be a really good day of racing. I'm quite jealous.
We need more kite speak as well today, Katie.
I'll try and think of drop some kite lingo into the TP52
Exactly.
series.
Anyway, at the moment, platoon aviation flying high. Alpha Plus, though, have made a really solid start. We can see them there, right of the fleet. I mean, the experience of Edelstead underlined in our interview. He would not, as it happens, he wouldn't list the teams he sailed with in the TP52s. Certainly the shorter list is the teams he's not sailed with. However, this is a day for their consistency. Sled going nicely in second. Criolla pushing out to that left side. Brazilian team had some good moments yesterday, and certainly you ask anyone on the race dock, they'll tell you that they have a very, very quick boat, highly optimized, especially for these conditions. But it's hard, Katie, isn't it, for the platoon aviation team when there's talk of the boat being slow, but the fact of the matter is that they were second overall last season by a single point, only just missed their second 52 Super Series title, and so I think it's a lot to do with confidence. And as Morgan Reeser, their coach, said, today they need to go out and focus on doing the basics well and not making silly mistakes. So full focus, maximum positivity on board platoon aviation at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. If you kind of, even if the boat isn't necessarily slow, if you get that thought in your head and then you get a chain of kind of bad results, then it really starts to ingrain in your head that we've got a really slow boat. It kind of becomes a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, which can be really hard to get out of actually. But yeah, I think for platoon, trying to minimize the mistakes, stay a little bit more internal maybe to try and get the most out of the boat. If they're not 100% to grips with the boat yet, if they know that it's not as easy maybe to find the speed that they had last season, I think trying to stay, the trimmers especially, staying a little bit more internal, focused really on the boat and trying to get really in tune with the boat. I think that's their best strategy for the day, and kind of letting staying out of trouble and just really trying to make their own boat go fast.
So at the moment they seem to be listening to you, Katie. They're going well in second. A little bit of a buffer to Allegra, who they can see on their weather hit. American Magic just a little bit pinned for the meantime. Criolla out on this left side, with the balance of power I think changing very slightly as we expect going up this beat. Criolla's advantage out on the left increasing. So we're seeing a little bit of rotation here, Katie, with the breeze perhaps.
Yeah, I think, as I said, it's meant to swing right a bit, but having
right.
said that, Palma, the top left is always really strong in Palma. So I think Criolla, yeah, I think the top left could come in really strong for them. I think we just kind of got to wait and see. But yeah, the first half of that beat, when that right-hand side was looking strong, I was thinking, oh, I showed my cards and said I'd go to the left. So I'd very much be at the back of the fleet there. But yeah, I think this top of the beat, it can all change. And we might see Criolla kind of coming in top left strong, which is what we would expect from Palma.
But all these afterguards know these waters so well in this sea breeze. Adrian Stead talking about the twisted sea breeze. So the breeze twisting as we go further up the course. Allegra then, huge credit to the shore team, the tech guys on the Allegra working into the small hours of the morning to get their boat repaired, the composite repair required on that aft port quarter. So well done to the Allegra guys, and hopefully the sailing team reward them with a solid set of results today. So Katie, a tough start for Gladiator and Provezza, though really Gladiator and Provezza both ended up scrapping at the committee boat and being over the line early, having to restart.
Yeah, that's not really how you'd want to start a day, ideally. I think Provezza clearly, well, like during the battle with Gladiator, potentially just slightly lost sight of the line a little bit and was focused too much on pinning Gladiator out and just ended up with too much to do too close to the line. And you saw them, or I saw them kind of, they triggered super early. It's almost like they knew that they were over the line, so they were like, okay, we just need to go and get back as soon as we can, because there's no saving this one. So I think good decision making from them to kind of realise they'd made a mistake and try and rectify it as quickly as possible. But yeah, Gladiator pinned out at the boat end again. We've seen that so many times this regatta actually, and last season they were like super strong at that start, kind of making it work for them, but they're being a little bit punished for it this regatta. So I think will be, I wonder if there'll be kind of like a discussion on maybe whether a change of strategy or whether they need to kind of get a little bit more in the mix rather than sitting above the boat for the next couple of starts. But yeah, I think they need to start at this point trying to kind of learn from that mistake and kind of realise, okay, this isn't potentially working for us, this regatta. It's not a winning start, it's not a winning move. So how can we change this?
It's not a regatta winning move as opposed to a race winning move, but I think obviously the key difference between this and last year is Tony Langley's on the helm and Guiget is the tactician. And so that change is all about communication and the subtle differences of positioning and the communication, trying to get the positioning just right. Anyway, Allegra seem to be getting themselves up to second in the meantime. Interesting sled coming back from the right. To the left coming in a little bit. Katie, what are you seeing? We're back on board with Vasco and the guys on Platoon Aviation. Close cross.
Yeah, I think the left potentially coming in a little bit. I think, yeah, it's going to be a really close cross with a lot of the boats actually, I think. Yeah, I think we've just got to keep an eye on Criolla out here on the left-hand side, especially compared to kind of sled, Platoon, Allegre. I think that's going to be a really tight cross, and it's, again, I feel like a broken record because I say it every time we get up here, but it's all about that ley line management and how they handle that approach to the windward mark.
A really nice work there from Allegra, I guess, Katie. A few minutes ago, Platoon were comfortably clear of them. And Allegra have just made a little bit of a jump, but it's all, as Katie said, it's all about setting up for this ley line. Whether you get to it early, potentially sail a little bit of extra distance, but own the ley line early, which is a safer option. or coming in late from the left side. Criolla really have gone nicely off the, having come off the pin end of the line. They're going back on port. In the end, there we see them just crossing in front of Alcedo. Andrea Lacorte. A great shot from the weather mark. Aerial shot giving a really clear picture of this little streaks of breeze and that right-hander coming into the mark. Boats to the right look quite comfortable for ley line. Alcedo, they're just going behind the Paprec. Paprec will tack in front of American Magic out there on the right of our picture, left of the upwind. But Allegri for me, Katie, really super impressive in the last third of the beat. Finding some extra gears and a nice shift. Whether they can come back there from that left side on port is going to be interesting. Looking good for Sled though as they approach weather mark, first time up. Starboard tack ley line, they're on it. Now then, Allegri going back. Allegri going to have to thread the needle through there. Getting in there in the lineup for second. Katie, talk us round this weather mark then.
Yeah, so really nice from Sled there. I think they got on the ley line early compared to Allegri, who went under ley and had to do 2 tacks up, and I think that kind of punished Allegri a little bit. But yeah, Sled round in first with a little bit of a gap behind them to Allegri. So they've got, a little bit of kind of room to work with for this rounding. But Platoon as well, up in third, so really good upwind from them. We saw them really good start, off the line in the middle, and this is kind of the Platoon we're used to seeing up at the top of the fleet again. So I'm really happy for those guys that they're kind of back up here racing, and I really hope that they can stay there and kind of keep building their confidence. Again, the Criolla fought round in 4th place, completely different strategy to the rest of the fleet, off the pin, went out all the way to that left-hand side, and that's kind of come in strong for them at the top, and they've rounded just in front of the bunch of the rest of the fleet, who is, all neck and neck. I mean, pretty much all of the boats are now around that windward mark. So, again, super tight racing. You've got, Criolla, Alcedo, Paprec currently doing a spin. So I think they had a bit of a penalty or potentially issues with their kite. I don't actually think it is a penalty. They've just done 2 tacks. I wonder if they had an issue with their kite.
No, we heard a penalty
They've got
call.
someone up on the bow, or the bowman's up at the bow. Oh, right, okay, copy that. So they've had a bit on, and as I said, because the fleet is so tight up here, they've gone from 6th position now into 12th straight away. So really costly for them, and we'll see on the downwind what they decide to do with that, whether they decide to stick with the fleet, jibe off in the hope of finding something else. But really tight racing. The fleet is completely stacked going down this downwind.
Indeed, it's straight set for all the teams. A real test. Well, actually, Gladiator elect to jibe off and try and find something and do something different as well. You might expect. Need to be making big places. However, it's very, very close at the front between Sled and Allegri. Platoon Aviation very much in the mix.
I love how uniform all those kites look.
Except for the red one.
Except for the red one, although the red one's not out today. I love all the white kites in formation. I love it.
Great fly through their through the fleet, and Mr. Akura then on the helm of his sled. He loves everything super clean, super white, very, very subtle. The small boat name on the back and the flag of the New York Yacht Club. Meantime, Andy Soriano and his team pressing super hard behind, going to take the wind of a sled in front of them. So if you're on, when you're on Allegra just now, Katie, what are they focusing? What are they trying to do most of all?
I think they're going to be watching for that jibe point. I think they're going to be wanting to jibe directly onto sled, but also so they're going to be trying to position themselves to be able to do that, and watching sled for when they look like they're about to jibe, but also bearing in mind the fleet behind them, because if they're planning on jibing on sled, then you can almost guarantee that platoon's probably going to want to jibe on them. So it's kind of managing the fleet around them, trying to position themselves, but also making sure that they're still going fast. So there's going to be lots of conversations going on, lots of thoughts around what the best strategy is. But yeah, I think they're going to be trying to figure out how they can exit this corner with clear wind and giving themselves the best fighting chance to kind of overtake sleds towards the bottom of this run.
Indeed, then as the projected standings, if positions stayed the same, American Magic would move 4 points clear of sled. Alpha Plus, with their slightly deep position at the moment, would then be tied with sled. Allegra just a point behind on fourth, and then a gap back to Criolla. But really, so much to play for in this regatta. Indeed, all the time we're thinking about the end of season results. All the teams will know who their nearest rivals are for the final standings, and that will be also playing out in their heads in terms of the big picture thoughts as Criolla jibe. Platoon Aviation seem to be happy to carry on just a little bit further. So Allegra and sled have jibed pretty much in sequence. Platoon Aviation carrying on a little bit further, Katie.
Yeah, I think good call from them in terms of if they're, I think, trying to stay clear of the fleet and potentially trying to kind of race their own race a little bit more than they were doing yesterday. Just trying to, as we kind of were talking about earlier, minimising mistakes a bit. So I think them getting a bit clear of the fleet and being able to do manoeuvres and be more internal on their speed stuff, I think that's pretty sensible from them.
So the leading boats all now jibed onto port. Platoon stayed on starboard a little bit longer with a slightly hotter angle towards the leeward gate now. Maybe a little bit of a gain to Gladiator out on that left side, but I think that was really temporary. As Katie said, that penalty at the top mark really costly for Paprec. Really just what they don't want, not just today, but the challenge to try and stay on the podium for the season. So difficult for them, Katie, isn't it, in terms of the risk? You know, we talk about it all the time, the risk management. They had to push in to hold the position they were in and keep pushing in that really tight lineup at the top mark, but the margins are so fine in terms of fouling another boat. They just get squeezed and squeezed, and in the end that penalty cost them a lot. I say not just today, but a 12th, an 11th or a 12th. They really can't afford to carry forwards as the challenge for the podium for the season.
Yeah, it's tricky to manage because, as you say, you kind of need to get involved in if the fleet's so tight, you need to get involved in those boat-on-boats, and you need to really kind of get stuck into the fleet to be able to make those places. But yeah, if you just make one tiny mistake or you find yourself in a tight position, it's so hard to get out of them, and you can just end up conceding penalties and infringing other boats. So it's a bit of a trade-off, and I think you've kind of got to get involved in those situations. It's just,
exactly,
sometimes it doesn't go your way, but that's sail racing.
Indeed. And the breeze looks fairly even all the way across the course. Top three still Sled, Allegre, Platoon. For the top three, Katie, what's your thoughts on the leeward gate, knowing what we do?
Great question. I think I'd be looking at where the fleet is around me. I think I wouldn't want to be going around a mark straight into a line of kites. That's a pretty slow rounding to me. But yeah, I think that top left kind of came in quite strong for Criolla, but the bottom right of the course seemed stronger. So I'd potentially be going around the right-hand gate, looking upwind, is maybe what I'd be thinking here. Getting out to that right-hand side and then tacking maybe a third of the way up the beat back onto starboard is probably what I would be thinking.
Certainly the gate looks fairly even. Sled then coming out.
Yeah, I think it's...
Go on, Katie, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is a relatively even gate and quite an even course as well. So I think it's more about kind of making the most of the side you're on and really kind of getting a clean rounding and making sure you're not getting in trouble with other boats and setting yourself up for a good upwind.
It's a nice jibe from Allegre. Sled maybe just about overlapped. It's super close. Let's see how they take this leeward gate. Platoon Aviation not far behind as well. Jib starts to go up on the Allegre. Really nothing in it. This fleet is so compact, so tight. You can hear a course change. So
yeah, big gain to Platoon down this run. They've actually managed to just jibe inside Allegre and Sled, so they've now got the kind of rights around this mark. Gain to them. Yeah, Sled's lost out here. They've gone from first to third on this run. So yeah, I think definitely a bit of a wind shift, but really nice run from Platoon. And again, they've got some speed today, so let's see if they can keep running with this momentum. But they've just rounded the leeward mark in first, which is, yeah, they'll be pretty stoked with that.
And they're ahead of Allegre. Allegre just trying to get round inside them to get a better line upwind, but Sled ending up going round the right mark. American Magic also have made a nice gain, getting up to fourth. Well, actually they'll be fifth. I think they're behind Alcedo. Criolla dropping from fourth to sixth. Patrick have made a little bit of a recovery. Coming in late with a little bit of a handbrake turn, getting that kite down. Yeah, so Patrick get themselves up to 8. Good run from them. Alpha Plus in 9th. I did think momentarily coming down that run that Gladiator might have made a bit of a gain, but they're going round in stereo with Teasing Machine on the opposite mark and Provezza. So Provezza in 12th, Gladiator 10th, Teasing Machine 11th, Platoon Aviation making that really nice gain coming down the run on the right, that just holding on for a couple of minutes more coming down that run paid off for Platoon. And it very much gives them control just now with Allegra to their right. So let's see how this plays out up this beat. They've got about 50-60 metres in hand over Allegra. But Katie, you said the forecast was a trend to the right. But for the moment, actually, Platoon Aviation looked to be high and fast. As good as I've seen them for a long time. Good breeze now, Katie, isn't it? Just looking that Platoon Aviation seem a little bit more powered up than Allegra just to leeward.
Yeah, really nice breeze still. It was a bit lighter on the downwind than I was kind of expecting it to be. We saw that the teams weren't kind of legs out the boat, they weren't hiking, they were more dynamic movement in the boat, which you would kind of see if it was a little bit lighter, so maybe around 12 knots. So yeah, a little bit lighter than I thought it would be, but yeah, on the upwinds they're fully powered up and they're sending it, another kite term, send it.
Hopefully there'll be some sending it downwind a little bit, but Platoon Aviation nicely set up just now. Team working well. Arm just having a moment there clearly. However, keep it cool, we're got a good lead. They have Allegra to leeward, and then further to leeward they have Sled. American Magic have taken a couple of places since the top mark. Chipping away. Next targets will be Alcedo. Unfortunately, a Criolla then dropping from 4th to 6th. But Katie then, Platoon Aviation very much in key position. They have the two main rivals to leeward sailing high and fast. Looking a little bit better for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking really good for them right now. Looking at their speeds, they're kind of, yeah, they're going pretty quickly on Allegra. I think they've done really well in terms of positioning. They've managed to position themselves kind of on top of the fleet, on top of their nearest competitors. Yeah, they're looking really strong to me. I think as long as they can keep this speed up all the way out there, keep Allegra at bay, then yeah, I think it's looking good for them at the moment, as long as they can keep in that controlling position and keep the speed up.
few boats to their left, notably Paprec and Criolla, but really under no immediate threat. But so there's a projected points tally just now. American Magic would be leading by 5 points, ahead of Alpha Plus Allegra, getting themselves back onto the podium by a single point, ahead of Sled. Otherwise it's super close down to 5th and 6th, 2 points between Alcedo, Vitamina and Criolla, then Pravetsa a point behind, Prapaprec 2 points behind them, Gladiator 3 points behind them, Platoon Aviation still in 11th, so they need a few more of what's going on just now. And I guess, Katie, the key thing for the leaders just now, certainly for Platoon Aviation, is that there didn't seem to be any gain to the left of the downwind. I don't think Gladiator made anything for their foray out to the left.
No, I think that right-hand side definitely looked a bit stronger, and Platoon, making that gain by holding out a little bit longer. I think that looked like a pretty strong strategy. So yeah, they'll probably be going up here, and unless anything drastically changes, I think it's always quite handy actually when you have one boat or someone that really splits off from the fleet, because you can kind of keep an eye on them, and there's no more like, oh, I wonder. It's kind of like,
yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Right, they did that, that's what happened, we can, yeah, so that's really handy from Gladiator doing that. Shows the rest of the fleet what that side is like downwind.
So everything going well for Paul Goodison, Will Ryan, Francesco Mongelli, Andy Soriano and the team. So the fleet just coming up, in fact, to level with the Puerto Portals Marina. We saw it a few seconds ago on the background of that shot. For those of you who maybe don't know, Puerto Portals is this marina in the west of Palma Bay. They fare primarily home for big motor yachts. Lots of expensive shops around and restaurants, but very much a home from home for 52 Super Series. I think we've been here 10 years in a row. So a little bit of a change. We're seeing Alcedo maybe getting up to third for the meantime. Perhaps a bit of a gain out on that left side, but Platoon Aviation just keeping a check, keeping the boats to leeward in check, really just keeping a cover on the potential threat. Katie?
Yeah, there you can kind of see their style of racing today is very much kind of like keep it easy, keep it simple. You've seen they've gone all the way to the ley line, where actually a lot of the other boats have tacked under the ley line. They did the same thing on the first upwind, just really trying to keep it simple for themselves, and I really actually like that. They've clearly kind of been discussing, okay, what we're having some issues, how can we come back from this, and actually, yeah, sometimes you do just need to strip it back before you can build it up again.
And that was it. I said we had a brief word with Morgan Reeser, the coach to the Platoon Aviation. He was saying today they need to go out and do the simple things right. Don't make any silly mistakes like they did yesterday. Clearly, he was not a happy man yesterday night, because it was simple mistakes rather than boat speed issues. But he said the key thing.
Honestly, that's
the
normally
key-
like what the issue is. It's
Yeah.
the simple mistakes.
Indeed, getting off the start line, and it was evident there, Katie, wasn't it, that that was their number one focus for the day. Race one off the day, get off the start line strongly with a position that you're not under attack, and don't compromise yourself off the line. So all credit to them. Of course, one swallow doesn't make a summer, as it were. But this should be something to build on. I'm always fond of quoting Stephen Park, the former performance director at British Sailing, who always says that nobody at the top level becomes an idiot overnight. And that's certainly the case for Platoon Aviation. They've got so much talent on board. But I think there's been a kind of element of chasing tails. And Morgan in particular, and a few others, just saying, yes, boat speed, whatever, go out, do the basic things well, don't make mistakes, and then you can reevaluate. So they've certainly done that just now. Made a small gain, if anything, against Allegre as they go round this top mark. So Casey, talk us round the mark. Platoon Aviation go round to comfortably clear.
Yeah, really nice that win by them actually, and I think that just goes to show how keeping it simple actually can make the biggest difference. Like they tacked on the lay lines, made another small gain to Allegre, who tacked under lay and then gave themselves 2 more tacks to do. But Allegre only just going round now, so actually they've got kind of half a spreader leg or 2/3 of the spreader leg distance between Platoon and Allegre. So Platoon have got some space to kind of breathe a little bit now. But top 3 boats still the same as they were at the Leeward. Platoon Aviation, Allegre and Sled, and then you've got a really tight tack underneath Alcedo by Criolla there. Oh no, they've just gone just behind actually, sorry, not inside them. Probably a good call because I didn't think there was a gap there. I thought that was a bit of a cheeky one. But you've got Alcedo in 4th, Criolla in 5th, and American Magic in 6th, just going around now. And again, with American Magic and with Paprec as well, actually, both those teams, we see them at the top of the leaderboard and towards the top of the standings overall. And I think that what makes the difference in those two teams is their ability to turn kind of a 12th place into an 8th place, or a kind of just chipping back a couple of points. They try to kind of avoid those massive scores, and they're able to just chip away in the fleet at those races. And I think that makes a really big difference overall in the standings.
Bayou round in 7th, Paprec, as Katie was saying, coming back to 8th, having been right down in the very basement of the fleet. Fortunately not turning out to be such a good day for Alpha Plus in the meantime. In 11th with only Easing Machine behind them. However, the strength of a team is how they come back from that. We'll see in the next race. But a straight lineup, Katie, down this run. Not even Gladiator having a go to the left.
Yeah, I was about to say that. And I was about to say I'd be surprised if anyone actually did try and go out to that left-hand side, given that there was really kind of no advantage out there in the first one. But yeah, everyone currently just following Platoon out, holding straight on the kite hoist and following down. And it's going to be again about the vying for position for the jibe back, at what point you decide to jibe back, and then it's going to be completely boat on boat, I think, on this downwind, rather than splits for big gains.
Anyway, platoon aviation not showing any speed deficit there downwind in this really 12, 13 knots, 12 knots, Katie, something like that.
Yeah, I think around that. As I said, the crews aren't kind of hiking out. They're sitting to leeward. They're using their weight dynamically. So I think, yeah, kind of around 12 knots now.
There we go. So you can see Harmuller Speer back on board this week. Missed a couple of regattas. Let's look at the crew lineup now of the platoon aviation. Will Harmuller Speer is the owner, driver, tactician, Vasco Vascotti, Jordi Calafat also back on board. He's been missed the last couple of regattas. Juan Vila, this new navigator, many navigators consider him one of the best, if not the best in the world. Certainly in terms of the accomplishments, a double win of the America's Cup, ocean race winner, and also holder of the Jules Verne Trophy over the course of a long and distinguished career. Victor Marinho runners, Roscoe Halcrow trimming with Javier de la Plaza. Dirk de Ridder Cheese on the main trim. The grinding pair, Gerd Habermüller and Andy Axelson. Jaro Forlani in the pit, Mickey Muller on the mid-bow, and Matteo Ramian on the bow. So that's the lineup on the platoon aviation who are leading this race 6 of the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series sailing week. There's the projected point standings just now. It changes all the time, other than the fact American Magic now are 5 points clear. They were just a point clear of Alpha Plus going into this race. Allegra now back up to second, Sled in third, Alpha Plus on 31, the same as Sled. Alcedo Vitamina 37 points in fifth, Bayou a point behind, Criolla 2 points behind, so too Prevezza. Really, it's all to play for as we get into the second half of the regatta, and it's going to be another big 3-race day, and hopefully for the platoon aviation team, runners up last year, hopefully they can string together 3 good solid races back to back. I'm impressed by Allegra. I'm sure they were a little bit unsettled by that collision. They didn't have a good final race yesterday. Lots of weight forward and to leeward. It's actually quite light coming downwind, Katie, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like it's maybe dropping off a little bit more again. For the crew to have their weight fully to leeward and forward there, that basically means it's pretty light. They want to get the stern of the boat out of the water. They want to to reduce the drag of the amount of boat that's in the water, basically. And you only really see that in the lighter winds. So yeah, this is bit trickier sailing. You can't just kind of wait out and completely send it. It's a lot more finesse. You've got to be a lot more careful with where you put your body weight on the boat.
And there's just this little bit of chop that makes it less easy. American Magic then in 6th just now. Still overall pretty consistent. Yeah, a little bit of a tough day in many different respects for Allegra yesterday, with their a 9 and a 10 yesterday in their 2 races. Gladiator getting up to 9th just now, but Alpha Plus back there in 11th, having gone 4-3-2 yesterday, ending up with 1 race already giving them a higher aggregate points than 3 races yesterday. Now that's pretty tough to take. But certainly the three leading boats quite comfortably clear, Katie, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got a relatively comfortable lead actually, and Platoon is kind of extending on the rest of the fleet. But yeah, I think those top three looking pretty comfortable at the moment from where I'm sat.
It's interesting to say the breeze is a little bit lighter than maybe we expected. Normally you'd expect the sea breeze to build into the afternoon. What was your forecast, Katie? What did you hear from the Brains Trusts ashore?
Yeah, so I saw quite a stable forecast actually. I saw kind of starting the day around 200, gradually clocking towards the right, and around 3 o'clock I had it settling at 200 and 230 and kind of staying there for the rest of the day. I had a little bit more breeze forecast than this, but I think I don't see any reason why it wouldn't stay in and wouldn't continue that trend. It's been on forecast so far for the day, so I think hopefully the breeze will kind of stabilize, stay on that track, and maybe build up a little bit again. It's a pretty hot day out here, so maybe we'll get some thermal enhancement as well, which might be nice.
So sled in third just now. Mr. Akura there on the helm. One person you want to get have a chat with, Katie, is Francesco Bruni, the tactician on the sled. Knows the winds and waters off Cagliari super well. Will give you some advice, I'm quite sure, for your upcoming 49er Worlds.
That's a very good point. I will go and chat to him with a notebook and
a
pick
gin
his
and tonic.
brains. Yeah, that too.
And probably Vasco, actually. You know, Vasco's spent enough time there as well. Andrea Vicentini as well.
Yeah, honestly, the more
You need to do a little
more
tour,
input, the better, I think.
a little tour, or get some emails before you leave. For sure, the likes of Andrea Vicentini, the
Yeah, for
navigator
sure.
on.
Or maybe I'll
on
organise.
Yeah, go on, Katie.
Yeah, because maybe I'll organise some kind of meeting or press conference where I come armed with questions about Cagliari.
Anyway, that's 170 metres just now for Harmler Spreer as they make their. I think this will be their last jibe, Katie, will it? We've just seen the leeward gate.
Yeah, it should be their last jibe. Let me just have a look. No, I think they might actually have one more to do, depending on whether they get. Depends what the wind kind of does down here. It's looking pretty light. If they get a bit more pressure, then they might be able to bring it down. But they've got the gap behind them to be able to kind of soak down to the mark if they need to. So yeah, I think they basically, I think, jibed on the ley line to the pin end, which, yeah, I think good call, and I think they'll be pretty fine to get down here. Having said that, yeah, they've got a bit of a gust now, comfortably to the line.
Anyway, this will be Platoon Aviation's 5th race win this season. Won 3 in Bayona when they finished second. Won 1 in Cascais at the World Championships last month. And of course, we remember that Platoon Aviation did finish second in Bayona. You really want onboard audio from Platoon Aviation. What was Vasco saying to Harm in these closing seconds of the race? Little puff coming onto the shoulder of the platoon aviation as they come through the finish line for a welcome, well-earned, morale-boosting race win. Race 6 goes to Harmuller-Spreer's platoon aviation. First race win on platoon aviation indeed for Juan Vila, the new navigator. Next through will be Allegre. As they come through for second place. First and second over the first two races, so their second place. Sled coming through for third. A little bit more spaced out than some of these high octane super close finishes yesterday, but great racing nonetheless as Alcedo come in for fourth, between American Magic and Criolla for fifth. I think could be close whether Criolla can maintain their speed. Alcedo through, and then it's super close between American Magic and Criolla. I think Criolla will just get there by a bow fitting. Criolla through now, American Magic now. Then Paprick actually have made quite a nice recovery considering they were down in 12th after that penalty. I think it's Vayu, Katie, have to do one more tack. Paprick, Cedric Chateau just pulling the bow down, ghosting towards the line. It's going to be close, and just as I said, there's going to be not quite as close, but another quick and close finish between Paprick and Vayu. I would actually say that was too close to call. Probably give it to Paprick. And the Gladiator squeezing inside of Pravetsa. Alpha Plus versus Teasing Machine. Really nothing in it all the way through. Boats overlapped right to 12th place. Alpha Plus unfortunately getting 11th. Teasing Machine in 12th. So a little bit of a disappointment for the Alpha Plus team. They have to regroup, debrief what went wrong. Katie, I think Alpha Plus unfortunately on the wrong side of the first shift. A little bit too extreme going up that first beat, Katie.
Yeah, I think they just if you miss the first right decision on these races, especially when it's kind of a dropping breeze and then a slightly less open course, I think it's really hard to get back from that. So yeah, I'm unfortunate for them. I think they just missed out on that first decision and just made the wrong one. But sometimes that happens. That's racing. If it was easy, then
everybody would be doing it.
It wouldn't be worth watching.
Everybody would be winning. Anyway, Platoon Aviation, a good win for them. Now then, we have 5 women in the 52 Super Series, all holding key roles on board. And we caught up with some of them in the last couple of days. And this is our look at the women in the fleet of the 52 Super Series.
We're here with the women of the Super Series racing out there on the boats. How did you get into the Super Series and what pathway did you take to get here? What does your route to the Super Series look like?
Well, so actually I'm a 470 sailor. I've been at the Olympics and also was sailing the AC40 in the America's Cup. And then I met Mateo Aguardo, who, well, he was the one who introduced me to all the team and proposed me to be here. Andy Soriano gave me the opportunity to jump into the boat with the guys, and I'm super happy to be learning from all of them, and I think the Super Series is such a very good event.
And do you see that your 470 sailing, is there many similarities between the 470 sailing and the Super Series and the role that you're doing on the boat?
Yes, actually, like, I'm super happy because I'm learning a lot, and many things that I'm learning in the Super Series I can introduce them in the 470. So I think actually, like, many of the people here, they were very good Olympic sailors, and they are always giving me tips and things, and I think it's such a very great thing.
What about you? What was your route? And it was completely kind of different to the Olympic stuff. How was your route into the Super Series?
So I'm sailing now with Manu Whaler. He's the tactician of Bayou, and I was sailing with him like a long time ago. I don't know if I want to count the, the years. And we sail together for a long while in some other classes. And then I have been sailing in Swan 42 and different things, and I have been also working for the America's Cup with the same kind of sensors that these boats have. So he thought that I could be a good fill-in because they needed to cover this position. So here I am.
Amazing. And is it the kind of data and performance analysis stuff, are they quite similar between this circuit and the America's Cup circuit? Is it quite the same stuff, or is there any big differences?
The systems are similar and the sensors are similar, but in the America's Cup we have kind of 1,000 sensors, and here we have like 30, something that scale. But other than that, the system works kind of the same, and the calibrations are pretty similar, and my functions on board are a little bit different because I have to do the navigation and I have to advise where to go and all that, but the calibration and the systems, it's very similar. Downsize.
Another question, I think, for you guys that have been in the Super Series a little bit longer, how have you seen women in the Super Series kind of progressing, and how have you seen them coming in, and what are your hopes for the future of the Super Series in terms of women in the class and in the circuit?
Yeah, obviously there are not very many of us in the class at the moment, so hopefully that number will continue to grow. It's certainly grown since the inception of the Super Series, so hopefully we keep on that path and maybe a little bit faster over the next few years. So for sure my hope was to see more women here racing and more women in positions where they're making sort of the speed team decisions and the tactical decisions around the race course.
Yeah, so I see it has changed quite a lot. In 2018, when I started in the Super Series, there were only 2 of us in the whole fleet, and now there's 2 of us on the same boat. And I think it's changed quite a lot because both Sarah and Elvira are great proof that girls in the Super Series can be more than just floaters. So we have 2 navigators now in the fleet, and I hope that's just going to improve in the future.
We were having a conversation kind of before this about pathways into the Super Series and into kind of big boat sailing in general for women. Like, what's your hopes with building those pathways? Do you think that we're moving in the right direction with that?
I think we are, considering that there are more girls sailing in the fleet now, but there's not really quite a clear pathway into it. I think at the moment you just have to be at the right place at the right time to get a chance to sail here. So we still have to work on that, but I hope we'll get there.
So there we go, a quick look at our 5 women on key roles on board the 52 Super Series boats, and as you very nicely pointed out there, Katie, two navigators, 2 female navigators in the fleet, and 2 female sailors on board American Magic, winning the World Championship. It's Sarah Stone, the first female navigator to win the Rolex TP2 World Championship. Katie, things are moving in the right direction, do you feel?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really nice to see more women in the kind of bigger boat sailing, especially from such diverse backgrounds. It's quite cool that it's not like only ones with experience in big boats and only getting in. It's like kind of Olympic classes as well are coming in, and I also love the fact that it seems to be that there's more and more roles opening up for women. You look in sailing in general. I mean, you look at the SailGP stuff. You've got Anna Weiss and people like that who are doing the physical roles. They're doing the grinding and stuff like that. And actually, I think we will start to see a trend of more women in more different roles. And to me, that's super exciting.
Food for thought for you, Katie, for the future.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully there'll be, more and more options seem to be opening up through the years. I think I'm at the right time for this kind of stuff. So yeah.
Good stuff. Anyway, let's have a quick look at the regatta standings before we finish. American Magic now leading by 5 points over Allegro, thanks to that good second place for them. Sled get third in that race to lie third. 31 points to them, 32 to Alpha Plus, 37 to Algedo Vitamina, 38 to Criolla and Provezza, 39 for Vayu, 42 for Paprec, 44 for Gladiator. Platoon Aviation coming back with that race win, but they're in 11th place, and Teasing Machine on the bottom of the table just now with 69 points. We're going to take a short break. We know we're going almost immediately straight into race 2, 3-race day. Stay with us all the way through the day. Thanks.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the deck of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns?
Oh, so close.
Great racing, sled catching American Magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross the finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing. I swear it's golden. So good that I'm rolling. Baby, you make me crazy. I'm seeing roses. Baby, just maybe you save me. Oh, take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. Na, 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 na. I
physical. In the club you scream, God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. And she said, boys out here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it
world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big, big win for the Finns?
Oh, so close.
Great racing, sled catching, American Magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross the finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
Welcome back to Puerto Portals, the Bay of Palma. We're going into race number 7. Another 3-race day. It's long, it's intense, it's hot, but the good news is we have a solid breeze. Katie Dabson, more off the same, and a nice race win there for Platoon Aviation, just when they really needed it most. It's happened a few times for the Platoon Aviation team over the course of their career. Sometimes they've had a really torrid time and they seem to bounce back with a good race win just when it was needed. They set up nicely in that previous race, and that was the foundation for their win, getting through on the first run. But super consistent American Magic with a 6th place in that race number 6, moving 5 points clear. It's a little bit, Katie, let's have a quick look at the standings then to say 5 points clear for American Magic ahead of Allegra with a good 2nd place there. Sled on 31, Alpha plus 32 now dropping from 2nd. Alqueda Vitamina just steadily moving up the table are the Italian team. Criolla, a good 3-5 sequence for them over the last couple of races. They're going well, very much middle of the table. Provezza in 7th, a 10th for them in that last race. Vayu, pretty steady generally, but not able to make an impression in the top half of the fleet. Paprik in 9th, Gladiator 10th. Platoon Aviation, really that first place, not making much of an impression on the leaderboard, but it's really all about the long term for them just now and building confidence. Teasing Machine then in 12th. But Katie was saying, American Magic, the model of consistency in many respects, but there's also kind of an element for them, high level of consistency, but there's other teams making mistakes, and that plays into their favour. So many teams being more inconsistent, as it were, they can be a little bit patient and wait for teams to make mistakes, can't they?
Yeah, for sure. I think, just kind of these are the conditions, and we saw it in the last race actually. Like Platoon managed to extend by they were kind of just doing the simple things and doing the simple things right. And actually, American Magic is, just one of those teams that is really consistent, and they just allow teams to make mistakes around them, and that's how they kind of chip their way up there. Even if they're having had kind of like a bad first beat, a bad leg, they kind of chip away, allowing boats around them to make those mistakes. And get a jump on them, and that just shows a super experienced team.
It was interesting. All credit to Terry Hutchison yesterday when we spoke to him after racing. He talked about that race win. He said really it was down to luck. You know, he was more disappointed to have lost out in the previous race when they'd been in a good position. We have 55 seconds to the start. Platoon Aviation starting 4 boats up from the committee boat on the line, but it's super bunched up there watching American Magic. Katie, they found themselves a really nice space. It's just about time and distance and speed build for them. Platoon Aviation more in the fray. Teasing Machine just not on the start line or close to it. Not sure what's happening with them. Alquedo going for the pin end start. Katie, talk us through this start.
Yeah, so American Magic have got themselves in a really beautiful gap there actually on the line. They're kind of middle of the line. they've got Allegro below them, Vayu above them, but absolutely no threats either way. And if they can nail this time and distance to be on the line at go at full speed, then they're looking really nice. But again, further up the line at the boat end, Platoon, absolute blinder of a start from me, and I think that was just the all clear. But yeah, Platoon really come out fighting this start. I'm super impressed actually. You can really see the kind of shift in attitude and the shift in the way that they're sailing. They've come out with so much confidence and absolutely nailed that start again.
Indeed, I must admit my heart was in my mouth, really. I just thought, because it's a little bit difficult in the final seconds. We have different timings and different images. They don't always align perfectly to the second, but a really strong start from Platoon Aviation, although not quite as quick as they'd want to be off the line. They've got, I think it's Sled, 2 boats above them, which are going a little bit quicker. Need to just keep the hammer down and emerge out of this little group. Paprec slower to leeward. American Magic, though, really great positioning, set themselves up where they knew they would find a gap and protected it such as they needed to. But really, they've got lots of space to leeward and to windward to just make the boat go fast. Alcedo and Provezza going off the left-hand end of the line. Allegra also in quite a nice position. Gladiator once again starting at the committee boat end of the line. Is Sled to windward off that group. They really had quite a nice position, but Sled tacking off, Katie. Tracker shows the right hand strong to start with.
Yeah, Sled tacking off. Yeah, I think as we saw in the last kind of race, Palmer isn't palmering, the left isn't lefting. So there is a bit more of an open race course. I think that bottom right hand side looked really strong, and at the top again, I think actually if you get on the ley line kind of earlier than I would have expected at that top of that beat, on starboard, to give yourself a couple less tacks. That's exactly what Platoon did last race. I think that is actually a really strong move as well. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see some of these boats tacking out to the right hand side upwind.
Just watching Platoon Aviation just were sandwiched very slightly, had to wait momentarily for I think it's Alpha Plus to weather off them to tack off and give them space. Meantime, they were just trying to hold Paprec. American Magic middle of the fleet in terms of distance to windward mark at the moment. They're in 7th, putting their faith a little bit on the left side. The fleet's starting to open up just a little bit now then. Platoon Aviation have got themselves in a better lane. They were a little bit squeezed earlier on board quickly with Allegra, port starboard, Paprec. Just getting the cross in. Not sure what Allegra were doing there. Certainly a clear cross on port for Paprec. But Vayu going back on port. Vayu, I think, will also clear Allegra. Some close action though, really close crosses. Allegra crossing behind Vayu, so Vayu in quite a nice position relative to the fleet, looking for this left to come in, of course. What a fascinating upwind so far, Katie, isn't it? Super even actually across the course.
Yeah, really interesting. And these, yeah, really even. And I think it's going to be on kind of, yeah, the tack back and how those boats out on the left-hand side tack back across. And it's the kind of decision whether to tack and duck is also, that can sometimes be a strong decision as well. You kind of would think, oh, if we're tacking and we're having to duck boats, you'd think, okay, that's a loss to us. But actually, if you can tack out, and it's a super close duck, so you're just hitting their transom. Actually, when you get to the next tack point, back onto starboard, you're a tack ahead, so you can be in front. So although it might feel at the time like a pretty hard one to have to duck boats back across, it could actually still be a winning move to do that.
But really tight just now. Look at the max hike on the American Magic. Terry Hutchison there on the rail looking up the course. Watching the breeze coming in. They're in sixth just now. Sled really going super well on this first upwind. Platoon Aviation doesn't seem to be short of speed on this upwind. Now then, Andrea Lacorte and the team on Alcedo Vitamina have come right out to the left side. It's worked for them in the past. So too Provezza and American Magic. Let's wait and see what happens on this upwind. But for the meantime, Sled leading. 80 Gladiator furthest out to the right, not unexpected. A little bit more conservative on their start.
Yeah, I think they seem to have learned a little bit from the last one and really didn't want to again get stuck out to that above that boat end. But the reason they start there is because that's their plan. They want to get out to that right hand side. So yeah, I think they're happy sometimes to kind of take a bit of a slower start or a bit late off the line to be able to get out to that right hand side if they're confident that that right hand side is going to pay for them. And this race is potentially looking a little bit stronger than the last race, but yeah, they've tacked back onto starboard now, so we'll have to see how they go with the rest of the fleet. But Sled looking super strong to me at the moment. It's just what pressure Sled will get when they tack onto the ley line, and whether they want to go to the ley line, which was strong for Platoon last race, or whether they want to go underneath and then do a little hitch up to the windward further up towards the mark.
Yeah, they've really sailed beautifully off the start line. They have a certain economy of movement, don't they, Sled? It's really, it's kind of almost syncs with the look and feel of the boat. You know, it's just keep it simple, do the minimum number of manoeuvres, and go fast. And they do seem to have a little speed edge upwind when they get going. Don Cowie telling us earlier on that they have a whole bunch of brand new sails. They get their sails out from made in North Sails, Japan, following the closure of North Sails facility in Auckland. We're looking like we're seeing that gain on the left. Criolla coming into it, but American Magic making a gain. Yeah, there you see. Actually, Provezza and Alcedo probably have the bigger lift on that left side than American Magic, but the left coming in good for American Magic just now. So the left getting stronger, Katie.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a split breeze out on this course, because just looking out where Sled kind of tacked back, it looked like Sled and the boats around it started to get a bit of a header, so the wind went a little bit right, and then Sled tacked back on that onto a lift. Whereas when you look further up the course at American Magic and Provezza, they haven't been affected by that header. So it'll be interesting to see as they get further out to the right-hand side whether the header starts to come into play a bit and sled looks a bit stronger. But from where I'm looking at the moment, American Magic looks pretty nice. They haven't really got that header yet, but as I said, we'll see if they get the header as they get further out towards the ley line on the right-hand side.
Interesting then, Alpha Plus very much in the mix in fourth just now. Edo Stead looking around, just trying to watch how the breeze evolves. Certainly seems to be a gain for the meantime to American Magic on the left. Gladiator tucking under the bow of Criolla. But by the looks of things, they're out or close to ley line. So once again, this approach to the top mark is going to be fascinating. It's going to be super close and exciting for the boats coming in on port. Allegre, we see an 8th just now, but they're converging with the fleet, with Paprec just now. Allegre attacking now underneath the Paprec. So there we go, the key cross for us just now is with American Magic there crossing the sled, but Alcedo have gained right out on that left side. Came off the pin end, went left, absolutely classic Bay of Palma setup. Let's watch them. Andrea Lacorte's team, Cameron Appleton and Alvaro Marinho in the afterguard. Nicolo Sanfricci, the navigator. Looking good for Alcedo then, Katie. Nailed this upwind coming off the pin end, coming out to the left.
Yeah, honestly, Andy, I think I'm having one of those days where I think whatever I say is gonna work, the opposite happens. I just said at the start, Palmer isn't palmering and the left isn't lefting, and I am so wrong. So if these teams had any sense, they'd probably listen to my commentary and do the opposite. But yeah, left is come in really strong for both Alcedo and American Magic. Alcedo just tacking onto that starboard lane now. American Magic just coming in below them on port. Interesting to see how this cross goes, whether they go underneath or behind, or yeah, we'll see what happens. They're literally just coming together now. Looks like they've gone for a slight duck on Alcedo, but yeah, really nice to get off the pin for Alcedo out to that left hand side. Clearly they thought, okay, it's Palmer, it's the breeze is kind of relatively steady, the left is good, and they stuck with that plan and they committed hard to that, and it's worked out really well for them.
So it is looking like 1, 2, 3 will be Alcedo, American Magic, and Sled, Platoon Aviation coming in on port. They do seem to have a nice gap just now. We'll tack on the stern of Sled, albeit a couple of boat lengths behind. Corvettes are probably a little bit tighter, but again they'll go at the same time. In fact, they're tacking on the bow of Paprec. Paprec there, I think. In fact, Platoon Aviation looking to get a penalty there. Having to go in behind the fleet. For me, Paprec seemed to foul Provezza, but we'll see your thoughts, Katie. It seems like Platoon Aviation get a penalty, and Teasing Machine doing a penalty at the back of the fleet. What did you see, Katie?
Yeah, I was kind of watching Platoon Aviation because I saw them trying to tack underneath the fleet, and I wasn't entirely sure if it was they tacked too close to the boat above them and got a penalty, or if they just underlaid the mark and had to jibe round. But either way, that is arguably the most costly place to get a penalty when you're coming in on port on that windward ley line. Is especially with the pack, because having to jibe out of that windward ley line is so costly. You have to jibe out behind the whole fleet, so they've got a little bit of work to do. And we'll see if they can find the speed that the speed they found in the last race, keep it simple and kind of pick off the boats in front of them.
But very difficult in these conditions when the breeze is relatively settled and there tends to be just the one way to go. But fingers crossed for them, but that really was very costly. Just when they needed another solid result.
They look to be having some more issues as well now. Just looking at wind, they've kind of went to go round the spreader mark and have had to head up a bit. I'm wondering if they had some issues hoisting their kite. Maybe the kite got the halyard, the top of it maybe got caught in the jib a little bit, but they had to head up a lot before they were able to come back down and rehoist the kite. So they've just given away that place to teasing machine. So now they're right at the back of the fleet. Really tricky to go from kind of the confidence of leading that last race and being back on top and winning to now finding themselves right at the back of the fleet. So they're going to be, it's a tricky place to be in, but maybe they'll be making some mad moves in a minute to try and get back up to the front.
We'll see, but really that says the roller coaster, the emotional roller coaster that 52 Super Series very often is at this level. So super close. But never ever easy coming in on port into a ley line which is as stacked as it most often is. Projected standings just now then. Good news for American Magic, extending their regatta lead by another couple of points on this race so far, as they set up to jibe. As they go, then Sled up in second, Alpha Plus moving up to third for the meantime. But really so much to go still in this race, and for this day we're only coming down the first run of race 2 of the day, race 7 for the series. But Sled quietly consistent. Generally just a one double figure score in their points tally so far. Cameron Appleton, and then they're looking back upwind at the breeze. Alvaro Marino next forward, and Cam calling the jibe.
I love the difference in pace between the kind of still on boards of the boats. You're kind of looking at them and you're like, everything looks calm and relatively chilled, and then suddenly they go for a jibe and it's just manic. There's so much action going on. It's such a contrast, yeah.
Isn't it? But then the key thing is that everything is so carefully choreographed, even though everything looks like it's spinning out of control. It's down to centimetres here and there.
Yeah, every little action all of the crew is doing they will know 100% where they need to be at what time, looking at this thing or that thing, or they know exactly what they're meant to be doing, and they know exactly what everyone else around them is meant to be doing. And as you say, it looks it looks kind of manic and there's a lot of action going on, but it is so choreographed and so well practiced that, yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Indeed, and our top three have a gap of just under 100 metres between Sled and Preveza now. There we go, our aerial overhead of Sled there. Mr. Akura on the helm with the sun hat. Don Cowie trimming the main sheet. Navigator Andrea Vicentini. Alcedo heating up to go round the back of American Magic. They're certainly looking like they were going to. And coming back down it inside them. I'm seeing just outside them, I beg your pardon. And
really nice play by American Magic there. Actually, tactically, you saw, well, they made a gain by jibing out early into more pressure. Their boat speed was a little bit higher, so they got that jump on Alcedo, and then as they were coming back together, they saw Alcedo heading up to go behind the transom, and they clearly waited, and then at the last minute they jibed on top of them, so that meant that Alcedo was closer to them, so that when American Magic jibed, they would affect their wind even more. So that was a really nice play by American Magic with the boat-on-boat tactics with Alcedo.
So keeping Alcedo in check for the meantime. Sled, a slightly more open lane to the left, looking downwind. In the battles between Preveza and Alpha Plus. And the kind of roller coaster continues as well for Allegra, though, having gone 10th and 2nd, back in 10th again. But I'm enjoying the way that Sled are approaching this regatta. They've got so much experience on board, and really generally a good level of consistency, other than that 10th in race 3. But Katie, they really do keep things simple, don't they? And try and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, they really do, and it's quite enjoyable to watch that style of racing. Actually, you can really see the different styles
completely.
between the different teams, and you can always rely on Sled to kind of be avoiding those. Avoiding the really close interactions with all those other boats. They're super reliable. They seem to have be real level-headed racers, which is really nice to watch.
I mean, when you've got Murray Jones, who's won the America's Cup 6 times with winning teams, he doesn't get very flustered very often. Even if Francesco Bruni's a little bit more Latino, but they've got a great relationship. Huge respect between the two of them. Not such a good jibe then, Katie, for Alcedo, just losing another 2 or 3 metres to American Magic, who are coming in nicely to this leeward gate. Powered up and gaining, as say, another 2 or 3 metres.
Really critical point to have Yeah, a really critical point to be messing up a jibe, actually, because if they'd have nailed that jibe, they could have maybe had the inside line for Quantum around this mark. But yeah, as it is, Quantum's rounded ahead and Alcado's super close behind, but really nice downwind from Quantum there, actually sailing their own race, heading out for a bit more breeze. But both these boats are having to sail underneath the whole fleet that's coming downwind, so that'll impact their speed upwind for the first little chunk of this upwind. But they've got a bit of a lead on the other boats, so it shouldn't harm them too much.
And just as you're seeing that, we're seeing Provezza going to that right-hand mark, just to do the very same. Pursued by Alpha Plus coming into the right-hand mark as well. Nice approach from Alpha Plus. A little bit of a handbrake turn, but coming in with pace. Getting round clear of Paprec on the other mark. Paprec in 6th. Allegra, I think, Bayou in 7th, I think. Allegra and Criolla overlapped. Criolla keeping Allegra wide, maybe opening a little bit of a door for Gladiator to come round cleanly on this left-hand mark. Watching how Teasing Machine there have mark room on Platoon Aviation, so Platoon Aviation just have to bide their timing and round this mark, still in 12th place. So the ultimate penthouse to the you-know-where for Platoon Aviation. And American Magic really are launched now, Katie, considering how close it was coming through that leeward gate, and you said that little momentarily loss of the kite coming out of the jibe. American Magic are now over 130 metres clear, with considerable leverage on the second place.
Yeah, when you see mistakes like that, at marks or off the line, you quite often don't see the full impact of it until you're a little bit further around the mark. That's when you really kind of notice how much you've lost in that little mistake.
So looking further towards the back of the fleet is Gladiator, Criolla, Allegra, Teasing Machine, Platoon. So American Magic then, defending champions, world champions, winning 2 regattas in a row, big lead for the 2025 season title. Going really well there, having an 8-point lead over Sled, Alpha Plus 3 points clear of Alcado. The other battle which is going on in the background is the challenge for 3rd place on the season's podium, which is held just now by Paprec, but Alcado are challenging them hard. And in fact, I think this, if positions stayed the same, we'll maybe see this later in numbers, but if positions stay the same on this race, I think this could be pivotal, with Alcado would take over 3rd place in the podium. We could look at that later anyway, but all these little private battles will be going on increasingly as we get towards the end of the regatta and indeed the end of the season. And American Magic just showing their class as ever. Katie, we enjoyed your feature with the girls. What was your kind of takeaways from that experience and speaking to the different female sailors who have all got different backgrounds?
Yeah, it was really cool to kind of chat to them and get to know them. As I said, they're all from such diverse backgrounds and they all have such diverse personalities and diverse skill sets. And actually, I think that's really cool that there is such kind of diversity in that respect in the fleet, because there's got so many different people doing so many of the same positions, but also different positions. But yeah, they all you could really feel kind of their passion for it and how much they love doing it, which was just, it's really cool. It's really cool to feed off people like that.
Indeed, and we were just in that particular feature, we're just missing Alcedo's Arancia Malaspina, who is we can see on board as if by perfect timing. We had a nice little interview with her at the same time, but she's the 5th member of the famous 5 and doing a fantastic job on board Alcedo, lying in 2nd place with Andrea Lacorte there, you can see on the helm. Would be, I mean, we're not allowed to have favourites at all in this fleet. You've got to remain impartial, but you've got the potential for Paprec finishing on the podium, a team who have been with us for so long and have made such great gains this season. Or the other team in blue, Alcedo, who have come in and stirred things up. They're coming in with a great programme and an owner who's super passionate. So that's going to be a fascinating battle to watch over the remainder of this regatta, and of course in Porto Cervo in a few weeks' time, where the big finale of the 52 Super Series will take place in September. So there's the projected standings just now. It's moving out to 9 points between American Magic and Sled. Alpha Plus just 1 point behind Sled. So what a great day with 3 races, Katie. How are you bearing up?
Sorry, I missed that last question.
I was just saying, this is your second 3-race day in a row. How are you bearing up? And you disappeared completely, so maybe that tells its own story.
Yeah, say no more. No, I'm fine. It's a bit flatter today, so the seasickness is being held at bay. But yeah, I'm great, thanks.
On board with Alpha Plus then. We did a nice interview with Luc van der Kamp, which hopefully will get aired very shortly, but he's the technically Steve Trebitsch is still the project manager, but young Luke has been given a lot more responsibility by Sean and Tina Kang. He's really risen to the task, but he was just saying that he's sure that they have the youngest average age of the fleet, and Sean and Tina are really in it for the long term, which is great news, encouraging young sailors, but also young technical teams to have technical team members to gain responsibility and experience early, as indeed has Doug DeVos with the American Magic program. So Privetts are getting into the top 3 for the moment. Nice upwind from them, Katie, so far.
Yeah, really nice upwind. I think they've just sailed clear. They're kind of tacky on the shifts and allowing themselves a bit of freedom, to kind of climb up the leaderboard. So yeah, really nice upwind from them.
Maybe even able to challenge Alcedo before the windward mark, depending on what the breeze does, whether it strengthens on the left. Alpha Plus Edo Stead are working out to the left, looking for something. Certainly seeming to get a little bit of a knock there and tacking on it, and going to be quite close maybe with sled as they go back. So some changes potentially afoot on this upwind, Katie.
Yeah, for sure. I think the same kind of story as the rest of the week is kind of ever changing, mark to mark. It's ever changing. I think one to watch here will be Alcedo and Provezza as well. I think American Magic very much attacking Alcedo at the moment by the looks of kind of where they're tacking and jibing on the course. But I think they've tacked back on top of Alcedo, which has hurt Alcedo speed-wise. They've had to go sail lower. They've been a bit slower. They've been in their dirty air, which has allowed Provezza to get a little bit closer to Alcedo and given American Magic a little bit more of a gap out of the front. So yeah, Alcedo and Provezza, I think they're going to have a little bit of a battle, and they're going to be pretty close together at this lay line.
So let's see how things play out for Provezza. Provezza, another team which really could do with a few top 3 results. Not had to go looking for problems. But again, another team which we keep saying just perhaps haven't been doing the basics as well as they should. Sailing a nice high line just now. So we're certainly in for a good final run of this race 7. Second race of the day, 3-race day. American Magic with a comfortable line up to the windward mark. And indeed then American Magic leading around the top mark with a really comfortable lead over Alcedo. Can still hope for and maybe expect a bit of a scrap for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's going to be all on down this final run. Alpha Plus lining up just behind, ready to pounce. So Katie, talk us round the top mark with Alcedo.
Yeah, Alcedo did a really nice job there to stay in front of Provezza. I think they had a bit of an issue. American Magic was very much attacking them up that upwind, and they were limited on options in a dirty lane, but they've done well to stay in front of Provezza, and I think there's a bit of a gap to American Magic, so I'd probably be thinking about being more on the defensive and consolidating this 2nd place rather than trying to attack too hard. But yeah, if they get a good hoist here, then I think they should be good to go, which it looks like they have done.
And then this group behind Value is super close with Allegra, Criolla, Platoon Aviation, Gladiator. That's a little scrap. That's going to go to the finish line. And as we know, and we keep saying, every place, every point is precious to the end. So there we go, Allegra round, then Criolla, Platoon Aviation, pull back a couple of places. Great rivalry and friendship between Vasco Vascotto on Platoon Aviation and Guillermo Parada. Just, of course, did the Admiral's Cup together. In 9th and 11th at the moment. As ever, if you've got any questions for our expert team, do post them, send them in on our social media channels, and they'll come to us, and I'll get Katie to answer them. See what we get. I know we had one question from yesterday, if I can just find it, and it was largely a question of who was responsible for paying for and repairing the damage yesterday. But in general, unless it's something serious, I think the teams tend to have the resources and the manpower. They're all set up for just about any normal eventuality. Certainly have boat builders on hand, and the teams tend to look after their own repairs. And down to who pays for them is very much kept internal. Here's a machine changing kite there, I think, but still down in 12th. Here's the projected points. Again, it's just swinging between Sled and Alpha Plus for second, but for sure Alpha Plus will be pleased to be back on the podium. They were 4th at the World Championship last year in Newport. That's been their high point so far. But 211 metres, 210 metres is an appreciable lead in these conditions. Not the giant leads that we saw in Cascais last month at the Worlds, where obviously the breeze is stronger, but so many more shifts to really work for the leading boat. But I think American Magic team will be pleased with this win. It was quite insightful as ever, talking to Terry Hutchison after yesterday's race. Or after yesterday's racing, he just said they'd had a tough day in the water, very taxing, challenging, mentally operating at that high level, just trying to find the small percentages here and there, improving their communication all the time. But he did say that they were disappointed with their previous race, but the race win that they had yesterday, he said, was really a little bit down to luck. Came round the mark and they were in a lifting breeze, which stayed with them. But this one is much more classically earned, shall we say, working the early left, picking their side, going fast, and then just extending. On board then with Alcedo, the downwind trimmer is Stefano Chiampalini. Working with the other trimmers are Dave Armitage, and North Sails Italy's Alberto Bolzan is the mainsail trimmer. Young navigator Niccolo Sanfelice, of course, did a season with Quantum. As we all know, we've learned, of course, and seen over the course of the season, the key thing for the Alcedo setup is it was the boat was previously Interlodge. They've kept key members of the Interlodge team, and principally, and Cameron Appleton was the tactician, a long time with Interlodge, and had a few podiums with the boat over the course of its career. Dave Armitage, sail designer, is also ex Interlodge. Chris Brittle and Luke Malloy all come from Interlodge, otherwise is generally members of Andrea Lacorte's long-term team. The team is managed by Matteo De Luca, the bowman, with a couple of new additions, principally Alvaro Marinho coming in as strategist, and Arancia Malaspina, who gave us that wonderful interview today. He sailed with and knows Matteo De Luca well. And a team, I think, with the same as the team we're looking at just now, Alpha Plus, a team with the long-term ambitions. And their Alpha Plus young driver, Nick Egnott Johnson, still in his 20s, I think, 23, 24. Any chances for Preveza, do you think, Katie? They're quite close with Alcedo according to Tracker.
Yeah, I think Alcedo's been a little bit slower on pace for the last kind of like minute of the beat, or a couple of minutes that I've been watching, the run, sorry. So there's definitely still a chance for Preveza. I think, yeah, just kind of navigating their approach to this finish line could give them the jump. It's going to be one of those kind of, pick your moment to attack situations, but there's definitely still a chance. There's plenty of sailing left to be done between where they are and the finish line, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one.
We will indeed, but it would be nice to see Preveza coming away with a second or third through the finish line. It's been a while. Certainly they hadn't, their best score so far here has been fourth in the first race. They won the last race in Cascais, but that came after a 10-11-11 in Cascais. So it'd be great to see Preveza coming back and doing what we know they're all capable of. We've got a great tussle just now with Alcedo. Real boat speed race, a real drag race to the finish line, Katie, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be, as I said, all about the kind of the approach to the finish and how they manage the boat on boat. Alcedo they're both still on port, so Alcedo's got, when they jibe back over to starboard, depending on how early they jibe, you could see them kind of like pushing each other out slightly over past the finish line so that they basically get in front. But I think we'll have to see what happens. They've both jibed over now. If Preveza can get a good jibe and on top of Alcedo and take their wind, then they could,
which they've done,
sail ahead, which I mean, it's looking super tight. It looks like they might be almost doing that. It wasn't the cleanest jibe by Preveza, but it might be enough. Oh, it's tight. It's tight. Whatever's happening, it's tight.
I mean, it's interesting. Like seconds ago, I was just about to remark how quick Alcedo were looking, but in the meantime, we're watching American Magic coming through the finish line for their second win of the regatta so far. But a key win for them, really. Yes, they won race 5, obviously yesterday. Happy with that. But this scrap for second and third is really going to town. Preveza have the momentum just now. They're just rolling over Alcedo. And they're just holding the advantage. Alcedo are going to struggle to get past from there, but I think they may have one last stab at Preveza. Preveza counting down to the finish line. Katie, you really don't want to lose any speed now. Just Preveza heading for the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think Alcedo's jibed off to try and get some clearer breeze. If they can get a good jibe and keep the speed up on this jibe, then they might be good, because it looks like Preveza's having to soak pretty low to get to this line, so they're going to be losing speed a bit. But it's super close. It's going to be a really tight finish. looks like Prevets has just kind of dove down to the line and just got ahead, but that was close.
Prevets then get second, their best score for a long time, and Alcedo come through with third. Sled will end up with fourth, having been third at the top mark. But Alcedo, I think, will be disappointed having led round the top mark first time up. Then a bit of a gap just now, but massive credit to American Magic for the min time. And then it's going to be Alpha Plus just holding serve just now, just able to hold the other two boats out to the right, and it's going to be very, very close with Allegra. Paprec can't come in there. Sorry, it's Vayu, I beg your pardon. Vayu holding on through the finish line. Paprec get in next. I think there's a penalty there for...
Looks like there's been a...
Go on, Katie. I think it's a penalty for Paprec, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Paprec. Yeah, I think it was a Paprec penalty as well. I think they didn't have any rights to go in there, but Vayu just kind of letting them in anyway and letting the jury see that, because the jury was right there. So good, yeah, well done
anyway,
Vayu
what a
for just letting that
close
happen.
finish with Teasing Machine actually coming in at the boat. Gladiator just ahead of them. Criolla all going through the line at the same time, overlapped with Gladiator and Platoon. That's so close to call. And it's, let's see whether Paprec have that penalty, but they're certainly credited with 7th, and it's Criolla, Teasing Machine, Platoon Aviation and Allegra ending up with an 11th, and Gladiator in 12th. So with a 5th, I think Alpha Plus should strengthen their position on the podium. Just one place behind Sled, but another thrilling finish. Katie all the way through the fleet. American Magic were runaway win, but Prevets are just 7 seconds ahead of Alcedo. And then look at that, Vayu 2 minutes 4, Paprec 2 minutes 6. Criolla, well, not maybe then 1 second between Criolla and Teasing Machine, 5 seconds between Platoon Aviation and Teasing Machine, and in fact Platoon Aviation and Allegra on exactly the same timings. I'm not sure how you don't call that a dead heat, but mine is not to reason why. But another fantastic race. You know, it seems, Katie, that the first round things settle down. You're just starting to think, well, that's the order for the race. Not much can happen, and then you have these gains. Prevetsa's gain coming up, that second beat was quite impressive. What did they do right, Katie?
Yeah, so I think they just did a really good job of kind of keeping themselves in clear lanes and giving themselves options to be able to choose the points at which they tacked back through the fleet, and they just kind of chipped away. Like they were kind of silent assassins almost, somewhere slightly further back in the fleet, or like mid-fleet, and they just kind of chipped away using their boat speed, and they just kept their speed up the whole time. And yeah, as I said, silent assassins just chipping away. But yeah, really nice job, especially on that last downwind as well, to get Alcedo on that last downwind. I think they said a really amazing race actually.
They did, I think, and obviously the experience of John Cutler as a pro driver, former match racing champion, America's Cup helmsman and so on, just prevailing against the Italian team, but really nothing in it. And what a fantastic race. We're going to take a little bit of a break before we go into the third race of the day, race number 8. Join us again in a few minutes.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
The whole crew there in the deck of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns?
Oh, so close.
racing, sled catching, American magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross the finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
been contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I can go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean?
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns? Great racing, sled catching, American Magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross the finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my God.
So there we go into the third race of the day, a dramatic finish to the previous race. Super close for some of these finishes as we saw yesterday, but and once again in that race, the clear leader through the finish line, of course, American Magic, clocking up their second race win. But let's look at the standings. Really incredible. There's only 8 points between third and ninth place as we go into the last race of the day. Key thing to note, I think Alpha Plus clearly got a penalty on that last race. They came through the line in fifth, but are given 12th place. Not quite sure what happened there, but American Magic leading by 9 points ahead of Sled. Allegre up to third place on 40 points, but there's 3 teams all on 40. Allegre, Alcedo and Pravetza, by virtue of that second place, moving up to 5th place overall. Then off Alpha Plus dropping to 6th on 43, 44 for Value, 45 for Criolla, and Paprec far from out of contention on 48 points. Gladiator 55, Platoon Aviation, Roller Coaster continuing with that 9th place, but getting 11th overall just now. And Teasing Machine, their best score so far with that 8th, but lying in 12th place. So all to play for, really, for the podium positions. And downwards, American Magic have that 9-point lead. And Katie, how's it looking? The breeze is about 10 knots, 11 knots at 2:10.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to the race before. 10, 11 knots, really nice breeze. It's still super hot out here, so I don't expect the breeze to kind of do anything too crazy. But yeah, I think it's shaping up to be another pretty nice race, same as the last two.
Did you see what happened with Alpha Plus coming through the finish line? Clearly, I saw them coming through in 5th. They're credited with 12th on the official scoring document coming in off the committee boat.
No, I didn't actually. Yeah, I'm not. That's the first I've kind of heard of that. I don't. Yeah, something's clearly.
Anyway, hopefully that'll sort itself out.
I'd be interested to find out what that was, because that's quite a. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll ask the question of the race committee, but we're a minute and a half to go. Tell me how the fleet is shaping up.
Yeah, so you've got a bit of a fight for kind of the middle of the line here. I think most of the boats, opting for that midline start, which we've seen be super powerful for the likes of, Platoon's had really good starts from the middle, but Sled as well. Generally, I think a lot of the leaders of the races out here have been coming from mid to or bottom half of the line, just getting good starts, being kind of on the line at pace. But it's a lot more crowded towards the mid-pit end of the line, which is probably good for the likes of Gladiator, who like to be at that top end. Hopefully won't be pinned out like last time. But everyone super close together on this line, so it's going to be a matter of getting the time and distance perfect and triggering in front of those boats around you, but making sure that you're not over the line.
Indeed, just having enough time and distance to accelerate. We're just watching American Magic going forward in the final 20-odd seconds. Bows are coming down. You really have to pull the bows right down because they're so close to the Rhine. So too Pravetza, Alpha Plus drifting forward. We've got 10 seconds to go, and the two principal protagonists are actually pointing backwards across the line, as indeed Provezza are. Everybody's a little bit early. Looks like Value are over the line. Individual call for bow 27, which is Value. So Value have to go back. So critical in the starts. The team's going right forward early. 3 or 4 teams having to lose speed and dip back towards the line. Crayola and Gladiator tacking off early. Value still going back through the line. American Magic were one of these teams which were early on the line early on. In that situation, Katie, they have to go with the boats roundabout you, don't you? And then dip back. Platoon Aviation not looking so good in their position. They're just to weather off Sled there. But a nice start for bow number 46 off the pin end of the line. That is Alpha Plus. American Magic having to take sterns. Certainly not their best start. They're going to be disappointed in themselves for that one. But Katie, your interpretation of that start, a couple of boats were well forward in the line. I mean, American Magic were one of them. I think Sled were the other. Maybe Allegra, but just getting closer and closer to the line as the seconds tick down and having to dip back. We don't see that very often, do we?
Yeah, you really don't, and I think it's quite often it's a case of one boat is kind of starts to go and like spooks the herd almost, and kind of brings everyone else with them, and it's really costly. We saw American Magic having to do a really big kind of duck down the line, and the gap below them that they'd created to be able to accelerate into, they just kind of ate it up. They just had to bear away into that gap to make sure that they weren't over the line. Just like a real misjudgment of the time and distance there. But as I said, we saw a lot of boats doing it, and it's one of those things that, yeah, you've as you said, you've got to go with the boats around you, because if you don't, then you're going to get a terrible start anyway, because you're going to be absolutely just surrounded. You're going to be sucked into the pack. But yeah, it was a really tricky one. And I think Alpha Plus came out of that really well at the pin end, sticking to their own time and distance, really nailing that pin end, and now they look pretty nice and clear to me.
Indeed, just crossing the fleet on port as they would want to do, really bouncing back after the disappointment of that penalty. I've had that confirmed from the race team. Crossing the main body of the fleet on port just now. American Magic looking a little bit slow where they are, going out to that right side. However, Provezza furthest to the left. At the moment then, our tracker computing the distance to the windward mark has a Gladiator and Crayola leading first and second. What are you seeing in the breeze, Katie, compared to the last upwind? Or so the last first upwind, the first upwind of the last race?
Yeah, so the first upwind of the last race, that left came in pretty strong at the top. Arcado led round that last, the first windward mark of the last race, and they came all the way from the left. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Well, you've got a couple of boats doing that this time, but yeah, it's kind of not too dissimilar looking to me from here, to be honest with you. We'll keep an eye on Crayola and Gladiator out on that right hand side, and keep an eye on their tracks, because I would kind of expect them. Yeah, well, last race they kind of got a header out that direction at the bottom, but yeah, I think it's kind of a split fleet really, to be honest. It's all to play for, but yeah, Alpha Plus I think looking strong to me. I think Gladiator and Crayola, they've gone more punchy with their strategy, really committing to a side, but I think the middle of the course has been pretty strong generally all week.
Indeed, just watching then, Provezza furthest to the left, looking upwind with Sled. Crayola and Gladiator furthest to the right. But actually, American Magic on port just now are quite high on port relative to the boats, even the boats above them, Alcado and Teasing Machine. Sailing a few degrees higher just now, actually going round the bow of Vayu, just watching the tracker. Regatta going way out to the left, as our sled. Let's see how this plays out for Alpha Plus, but for anyone watching the tracker just now, look at American Magic's track relative to, for example, Alpha Plus. But really, Katie, everything to play for on this beat. Nothing is clear at the moment.
No, not at all. And as you were saying with American Magic, I actually kind of thought the same thing in the last race. I was wondering about their height, and it's something that I was kind of keeping an eye on. But they seem to have a really strong high mode, which allows them to get into kind of really shut the door on a lot of people around them upwind.
Yeah, even they're looking at their angle relative to Alcedo. They're sailing 2 or 3 degrees higher and faster, and just incredible. But I think it's a little bit local as well, because Alpha Plus really are quite high as well. Not unusual on the Bay of Palma to see these strands of slightly different breeze. Anyway, the bow's gone back down on American Magic. You can just see now the tracks from the overhead on the tracker. So let's see how things play out for Regatta in our foreground just now. Look to be a little bit low on this left side. Sled crossing Paprec. So nearly crossing in the end, just tacking into their lee bow. Forcing Paprec to tack. So what a fascinating beat once again. Place is changing all the time. First it's the right, then it's the left and the middle. At the moment, I just like the position of Alpha Plus, just a little bit more conservative, though American Magic going really quickly. Sled on this left side, investing in the left. So Katie, who do you think is going to lead round the windward mark? Put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, tricky one. I think I like the look of American Magic, and I also like the look of Alpha Plus. I think especially if they get a little lift up into this ley line, I think I like the look of both of those two.
Interesting. You've got to always expect the left to come strong at some point.
Who's your money on?
Oh, I'm going to go with Sled. Just conventional logic, but however, they're quite deep just now. However, it's a day to be a little bit braver. Wonder whether American Magic can put two back-to-back wins together. Anyway, credit to Alpha Plus coming back, swinging off that start line after the disappointment of dropping 7 points, having crossed to the finish line, I think in 5th, maybe 6th, but ending up with that 12th. Nonetheless, great racing. 3rd race of the day. Watching there as Alpha Plus, I think, will just get across American Magic, which would be nice for the team from Hong Kong. Give them a chance. I think they're going to have to tack. Maybe it's all on just now. Yeah, Alpha Plus just crossing and no more, I think. Just watching the tracker as well. The weather of them, they have Gladiator and Criolla. Alpha Plus then crossing just a boat length or two ahead of American Magic. On board with Alpha Plus then, Edo Stead there. Ian Moore, the navigator, twisted his ankle in the yesterday, and has his ankle in a brace, so slightly immobilised, but he's a soldier. Fighting on, but Criolla may be slightly better on that right side. Alpha Plus now just pinned a little bit by Criolla, Katie.
Yeah, they seem to be. I wonder if that interaction with American Magic, their decision to tack there based on kind of boat on boat, maybe has harmed them in bigger picture stuff. Maybe they didn't think Criolla would come to affect them. But yeah, they're looking a little bit more pinned now, so I'd be pretty happy if I was Criolla.
Indeed, but a little bit letting American Magic off the hook to get to the right. On board with Alcedo, who are 7th. They have Allegra, I think, just crossing in front. As ever, though, super close all the way through the fleet as we get up into towards this first windward mark of race 3, Puerto Portal's 52 Super Series Sailing Week. Quarter of the way still to go, or there or thereabouts. So can there be any gains to Provezza and Sled still to come on that left side, coming up to the top mark? How are you seeing it, Katie? We've got Alpha Plus leading according to the tracker, but they're low on ley line. American Magic set up early on the ley line, as do Gladiator, or as will Gladiator do, just a little bit further to windward.
We've seen that setting up early on that ley line was super powerful in that last race for Platoon. I quite like that as a strategy. I think tacking in this stuff is a bit costly in terms of you just slow down a lot, so the double tack doesn't always work out. But yeah, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see.
We are indeed. We're watching as Alpha Plus tack back at Criolla. It's going to be super close. I think Alpha Plus having to go behind. Indeed they do. They'll tack inside American Magic, I'm quite sure. Go as far as they dare, just to try and slow American Magic a little bit. But it's going to be a Criolla leading round the windward mark with the lead. The left then coming in. I said Criolla were going to lead, didn't I?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Anyway, the left comes good for the Brazilian team. First time they've led a race round the windward mark in this regatta. Alpha Plus getting round in 2nd. American Magic poised in 3rd. Allegra, it will be in 4th. Alcedo just a little bit low, a little bit slender on the old ley line. Gladiator diving down, not making life any easier for the Italian team. Trying to close the door on them just a little bit. However, they should be okay. But Allegra round now, clear of a Gladiator. Andrea Lacorte having to work. And Platoon round in 6th, I think. Sorry, 7th. Then it's Sled. Provezza had such a looked to be going really well on this first upwind, but end up quite deep in the pack. Behind sled, Value having to restart, Paprec, and then the French team Teasing Machine, Alpha Plus, appeared to have jibed off early. So a few teams jibing early, Katie, suggesting some right-hand breeze. It's always, as you told us, it's never easy to jibe through the lee, the disturbed air of the boats coming across, but Alcedo have gone, Platoon Aviation have gone.
Yeah, much more of a split on this downwind actually, and yeah, for Alpha Plus to be jibing, they were setting up on that spreader leg for the jibe set, so they must really have seen something on that side that they wanted to get to. Just looking downwind, it looks like there could be a bit more pressure out on that side. A lot of the boats have now jibed over that side. It's kind of the only ones left out on this right-hand side are left-hand side, sorry, are Criolla and Allegre. The rest of them are all kind of tacking out to the far side, so yeah, maybe they've seen some pressure or something, but yeah, we'll see how costly. Sometimes jibe sets can be quite costly if you're jibing through the fleet, so we'll see how costly that was for Alpha Plus. Rounding in second, when they come back together with the fleet, will the gain be worth more than the jibe set?
We'll see. Certainly Alpha Plus leading that group out to the left downwind. But just saw the point standings, projected point standings, and looking really good for American Magic going into the final day. There we go, another quick look at the points, then it's going to be a 15-point lead for Sled. It's a long time since we've seen a margin like that going into the final day. Sled in second, 43, 45 for Allegre, 46 Alcedo, 46 for Criolla, 46 for Alpha Plus. Prevezza in 11th at the moment, therefore dropping to 7th. Value in 56, Paprec 57, Gladiator 59, Platoon Aviation and Teasing Machine. So Criolla going well, really getting things right, having started off the pin end of the line. Best score so far this week was the third in the first race today. So it didn't race in Cascais. Nor indeed in Galicia, and finished 8th at the first regatta of the season in Saint-Tropez. So correspondingly this could potentially, possibly, perhaps lead to the first race win of the season for Criolla in the 52 Super Series. Going very nicely actually, Katie. We're just looking at their angle and speed downwind compared to the boat to their left, which is Allegre. Really have the boat going very, very nicely, don't they, Brazilian team?
Yeah, I've been watching their speeds actually, and they've been a lot of the time they've been up above 10 knots. So to have the higher speed and also the lower angle, they've clearly got a little bit of breeze out there, which is working for them.
So we do have an assurance from a few of the guys. They plan to do the full season next year. They did 2 regattas last year in Portals. This is where they made their debut last year. Then did Valencia. Finished 4th in Valencia with a 2-2-1 in their scoreline. And they all come from all grew up together. Generally, the main core team from the south of Brazil, from the Veleiros do Sul Yacht Club. Let's have a quick look at the lineup just to give my Brazilian Portuguese pronunciations a run out. So of course the boat is the formerly Prevezza. It's Eduardo Plas, one of the two brothers who own the boat. They own 2 52s at the moment, and he is the owner-driver. Tactician Sam Elbach's done 2 or 3 Olympics for Brazil. Ricardo Costa is quite well known as a navigator, previously navigated on the last Brazilian 52 Onda. Backstay, Guilherme Roth. Renato Plas is the other brother who does the backstay. Gonzalo Vertes, who's the main trimmer. Gustavo Tiessen, the trimmer. Alexandra da Rosa is the other trimmer. Rodolfo Strebel, Alexandra Remole, Gilcamar Percelo, Diego Garay, Argentinian in the pit, and Philippe Frachelli in the mid-bow, and Guilherme Hamelman on the bow. But a really close-knit, tight team, done a lot of sailing together over the years. Have another TP52 at home in Brazil, which they continue to campaign. So how's it looking just now, Katie? What's your views on the action in the middle of the course? Alpha Plus battling with American Magic a little bit.
Yeah, you've got those kind of 3 boats. You got Alpha Plus, American Magic, and kind of Gladiator. Well, and Allegre actually. Those 5 boats. Wait, 4. 4 boats, all kind of battling it out there together, and then you've got Criolla out on their own in their own breeze. So yeah, if that group of 4 ends up kind of interacting with each other, messing up each other's breeze, that could really open the door for Criolla to extend their lead quite a lot. But equally, if Criolla has kind of gone out on a bit of a limb here and split from the fleet quite heavily, so I think essentially they're either probably going to be in front of the group or behind the group, and we just have to wait and see which way that goes.
Alcedo chasing down the right behind Criolla, who will certainly, I think, lead through the leeward gate. But really going to be close with the rounding at the gate with Alpha Plus, American Magic and Allegre all overlapped. Breeze looks to be quite right-handed a little bit at the moment, maybe, Katie? Not sure.
Yeah, I think it might have spun around a little bit. It's quite late in the day, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was kind of some shifts in it, if it started spinning around a bit.
Certainly not working for Criolla in the meantime, maybe working for Alpha Plus. Let's see.
Yeah, I think Criolla was looking quite strong at the start of the beat, but yeah, this bottom part of this beat, the run, sorry, I think, yeah, they're having a bit of issues. I wonder if there's actually a bit more pressure and a bit of a shift, which has worked in favour of Alpha Plus.
Indeed, we're just looking at the angles, how relatively tight the kite was on Alpha Plus. In fact, they've really ended up with quite a good run, staying a little bit to the left. However, they're going round the right-hand mark. Actually, the right-hand mark looks like it's got a little advantage. Let's see how the team from Hong Kong play this second beat. Criollo then just losing out a little bit. Alpha Plus go round to the right-hand mark. American Magic on the left. Then Criollo. Allegra in fourth. Gladiator in fifth and Platoon in sixth. And a little bit of a gap back to Alcedo. Just watching the relative angles as Alpha Plus come out of the leeward mark with Platoon Aviation following. Another great race, Katie, though places changing all the time. So just when we thought Criollo were running away with it, little shift, a bit of extra pressure for Alpha Plus.
Yeah, a really brave move from Alpha Plus there actually to kind of jibe off from the leaders and head out to the opposite side, especially jibing underneath the fleet, but they clearly had a game plan and they thought that the other side was going to be a lot better for them, and it's nice to see that kind of work out for them at the bottom of the course.
And it's interesting to watch how things are moving on this upwind. American Magic look good to weather here in a nice vein of pressure, but Alpha Plus a little bit further ahead. What's your thoughts on this beat just now, Katie? If you're Alpha Plus, do you stick to your game plan and stay right?
Yeah, I think that last upwind, the top left definitely did not come in strong. I think I'd be kind of going more right and then trying to kind of play the shifts up that right-hand side. That's what worked really well for Criollo at the top of, or on that last upwind. So that's probably would be what I'd be trying to do. I'd be carrying out on 4 out to the right-hand side, wait until I got enough of a header that I thought I'd want to tack on it and I thought it was going to hold, tack back, bank the gain, and then do the next right thing.
For sure, certainly according to the tracker, Platoon Aviation were through the leeward gate in 6th and are up to 3rd just now. But everything can change on this beat for sure. With these differentials changing all the time. Privet's down in 12th now. Interesting then, just watching on that overhead, American Magic for sure sailing a little bit higher and faster than Alpha Plus out to that right side. Let's see how that evolves, but look at the different angles that American Magic, don't know whether it's again just more pressure up the middle of the course or whether they have a high mode. But look at them relative to Criollo to their left and even Alpha Plus to the right. But again, a little knock for them now. Just watching the tail of their track on the tracker. Alpha Plus, if anything, starting to go into quite a significant knock. Now that's going to play to their advantage, isn't it, Katie, on that right side?
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of knock that I'd be kind of waiting for and looking to tack on. I'd be looking at my own numbers, but also looking at the fleet above me. I'd be keeping an eye over my shoulder, looking for when they're knocking as well and trying to take the opportunity to kind of close that gauge, bank the gains, and then get into the controlling position for the rest of the upwind.
On board then with Alpha Plus there, Nick Ignock Johnson, the young helmsman, looking super relaxed as they roll into their tack, just as Katie was saying. Big Craig Monk, their legendary America's Cup grinder and Finn bronze medalist. Just banking what they have relative to American Magic, or the American Magic seem to be gaining all the time. Still quite close, but the key thing is they've got a little bit of distance between them and Criolla and Platoon. That podium changing all the time. 44 points to Allegra, 44 points to Sled, 45 to Alpha Plus. But of course this is only the penultimate day. Two more races tomorrow. But in relative terms to one another, American Magic making a 100-metre gain. 1 minute ago, Alpha Plus were 40-50 metres ahead. A much closer picture now from on board Alpha Plus. American Magic forcing Alpha Plus to tack back to the right. Not sure Alpha Plus will be too worried about that. Katie?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they seem to be liking that right-hand side. It's really interesting, all of the way that these, in this fleet, we see that so much. We see kind of boats coming together, bouncing off each other because someone tacks in right in front of someone and then bounces off. And in my experience, I've seen that a lot less in kind of the Olympic sailing than I have in this big boat stuff. And I'm currently thinking it's a pretty strong move, and I might take that home with me.
But it's that balance, is it? Alpha Plus probably not too concerned and looking for the power of the right to being to the right of American Magic. American Magic, though, just a little bit bow forward. On board now with Allegra. Closing with Criolla. Criolla crossing. In the end, well clear. Allegra in fifth. But Criolla, Katie doing a good job hanging in there. Let's see.
Yeah, they've done a really nice job kind of getting back into this.
Platoon Aviation have got themselves to the right, whether they can find some lifted breeze at the moment. A little bit dotty, a little bit lighter where they are. But certainly a little bit of an attacking move, such as it is. There you go then, the projected points tally. They're Ekstrom Geo Racing working overtime on their supercomputers. We have Allegra in 45 points, Sled in 45 points, Alpha Plus also in 45 points. As we go up this second beat, third race of the day, race 8 of 10 here at Puerto 52 Super Series Sailing Week. Back on board with the black boat from Hong Kong. Mainsail trimmer there is Rod Dawson, I think. Long experience was with Interlodge most recently.
Whatever mode American Magic have found in this race, I would like it, because their height compared to the boats around them is incredible. Like they kind of bounced Alpha Plus off them. Alpha Plus had to tack back onto port. They tacked shortly after that back onto starboard, but so they had a bit of a gap between them, and American Magic has just climbed all the way back up to Alpha Plus again. And yeah, I need a bit of that.
We need a bit of luck. That mode is called the Magic mode. Certainly working for them.
I'll be asking some questions on the shore, I think, how I can take that.
Anyway, it's working for them very nicely, considering how close they were a minute ago to Alpha Plus. Getting clear. Though on that right side of the beat, left of our picture, Crayola coming in with a nice line, nice and high. Alpha Plus just having to follow American Magic in. But for these conditions, yes, Alpha Plus for sure are very, very quick. So Katie, final top mark of the day. American Magic leading. And in the end, it's quite a comfortable little lead on Alpha Plus. Edo Stead reminding us this morning of his record in the 52s. He's won 2 World Championships with Quantum Racing, 1 with RAN Racing. Runner-up with Allegra. Penalty for Gladiator there. Alpha Plus through in second. Platoon Aviation getting themselves up to 4th. And Paprec, I think, in 6th. Allegra 7th. Sorry, Paprec 5, Allegra 6. Paprec all the time, as we said, battling with Alcedo for 3rd step on the circuit podium. Oh, there we go, Gladiator. Potentially, I think, another penalty there, not sure. Not my call, but certainly tacked very close to sled. Anyway, getting inside sled at the windward mark. I think we heard a call for a penalty for Gladiator. I'm not seeing it with the that umpire boat that we see, but it may be umpire boat to weather. But let's see how that, if and when they take it. If it was a penalty, but Prevetsa disappointing then with 12th. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 11th. It's Vayu here, 12th. So looking at this final run of the day, American Magic leading, Alpha Plus second, Crayola third, Platoon Aviation in fourth. Katie, one final even simple run to finish the day. What do you think? Please.
I'm sure that would be nice, but it's never that easy. But yeah, it looks like luckily for American Magic, they've kind of jibed out. The rest of the fleet's kind of starting to follow them. So as long as they can stay in front of, well, in between the marks and the fleet and kind of lead the fleet out and stay with good speed, then hopefully they're looking all right. But yeah, it's never as easy as as they probably want it to be.
We've seen so many close finishes in this fleet over the last couple of days. Anyway, if you just joined us, this is race 8 of 10. We've done 2 races so far. This is the final run of the day. Just coming up for 5 o'clock local time. Not quite as long a day as yesterday. An American Magic Quantum Racing going for their 3rd win from 4 starts. Ready to extend their regatta lead. And the key thing, I mean, their circuit leading margin continues to grow, considering at the moment with American Magic leading, they have the next boat second overall for the circuit. They're in 9th. So this could be another 8, well, it's likely to be another 8 points or 7 points or whatever added to that leading cushion for the American team from the New York Yacht Club. Last year they won in Valencia by a single point on the last race. And I think they'll be carrying a sizable cushion to Porto Cervo next month. However, we know them. We know Terry Hutchison. They'll keep pushing until the final race of the season. No let up. I think besides everything else, Katie, the one thing we've seen with American Magic in this race is they are fast.
Yeah, they're fast and they're high at wind, which is all anyone that races boats ever wants. To be high and fast, and yeah, then you're happy.
Let's see whether Alpha Plus can get back at them at all, but it's 120 odd metres is a big ask as this runway closes down.
Yeah, I think Alpha Plus has maybe got a bit more of an issue with Crayola than they have with American Magic at the moment. It looks like Crayola starting to slightly get over the top of them. Which might start to impact their wind. So yeah, I think if I was Alpha Plus, I'd be looking at Crayola and trying to defend them at the moment.
Anyway, American Magic's lead will be not quite as big as the previous race, but they look fairly comfortable as they jibe. Alpha Plus jibe just after them, Crayola carrying on. Platoon Aviation just behind as they so credit to Sam Albrecht and the Criolla team fighting to the end, trying to find something else out a little bit further to the left. See whether they can get back that 90 or so meters they are behind Alpha Plus. As said a few times, one thing that is also well known is that Criolla, the former Provezza, is a very quick, very well sorted boat. Great investment for the Brazilian brothers. So how far do we have to go to the finish line, Katie?
So we've got about a third of the run left to go, I reckon, down here. And yeah, I think, as you say, credit to the kind of afterguard on Criolla, who's clearly still looking for to take the fight to Alpha Plus and American Magic by carrying on, trying to do something a little bit different rather than just following into the finish line. So there's still decisions being made that no one's kind of switching off and accepting their positions. They're still trying to fight to the finish for every single point because it's so important overall without these discards.
Indeed, but whether they're giving away a little bit of distance to Platoon Aviation inside them should come in with a little bit of a hotter angle towards the finish line. But for me and for the tracker, Platoon Aviation making a little bit of a gain down this run.
Yeah, and it's getting super light at the bottom here, so actually even if they do kind of hot it up and go sail a higher angle, is the speed difference enough in this lighter wind to be able to get that place for Platoon back? I'm not 100% sure, but we'll have to kind of watch the tracking and watch the numbers and see how those numbers develop.
So meantime, Nick Egnott-Johnson, the helmsman on Alpha Plus there, maximum concentration along with his trimming team, big Phil Clapp there on the pumps, along with Craig Mump. Phil Clapp holds, I think, the world record for 500 metres on the Concept 2 rowing machine. And if you're ever interested, watch him on YouTube. It's absolutely incredible for anyone who's ever sat on a Concept 2.
Yeah, that blows my mind. I used to do rowing at university and I think I did a 2K rowing test once and only once because it ended incredibly badly.
Well, he's a lovely bloke, and we have a little bit of a chuckle. He sends me a few tips and a few schedules, but let me just say, he is more than twice the speed I am. It's like for every stroke I can do at absolutely max, he's twice that speed and power. He's incredible. Anyway, American Magic coming through for their second win of the day, and one which will extend their lead. 3 race wins from 4 starts for the 2024 champions, the world champions. Doug DeVos's team from the New York Yacht Club come through with their race win. A much happier looking, more contented team on American Magic compared with yesterday. Feel like they've done their jobs right and profited accordingly. So to Alpha Plus then. Edo said, just thanking Principal Race Officer Maria Torrijos. Edo's happy with that, coming back after that penalty in the previous race. Coming back fighting for second. And Platoon Aviation then getting third. Not such a bad day for them with a 1 and a 3, but a 9th in the previous race. Really costly after that penalty at the windward mark. Then Criolla a little bit disappointed probably to have given away second to Alpha Plus. But a good score for the Brazilian team nonetheless, and Paprec squeezing in for fourth. They're not going to be too unhappy with that. Their second best score off the regatta so far. They got a third in race 3. And the key thing for them, for Paprec, is they're quite well clear of Alcedo. I say Alcedo, Paprec is the battle for third place overall on the 2025 podium. But Allegra will beat Alcedo to the line. So it's a sixth for Allegra. Fourth at the top mark, first time up. Alcedo just jibing to defend against Teasing Machine, I think it is, just behind. Indeed it is. Sledder just behind them, and it'll be Gladiator and Prevetsa and Vayu. Alcedo through then in 7th, Teasing Machine in 8th, and it's going to be super close between Sled, Gladiator. Really another photo finish. Pretty sure Sled are going to get there, or Sled's kite just dies as they come down low, trying to get through the line. Too close to call for me, I'm sorry. Possibly Gladiator getting it. And then even closer between Vayu and Prevetsa. So Gladiator, yeah, get it ahead of Sled. 3 minutes 10 seconds versus 3 minutes 11 seconds. Then Vayu 3 minutes 18 seconds versus 3 minutes 19 seconds. So super close all the way through the fleet. Prevetsa disappointed with 12th, but they were only seconds away from 9th place, considering it's super close all the way through the fleet. But a massive credit to American Magic. Wind, which is a testament to their patience in some respects, and just waiting for the opportunities to come their way. But Katie, American Magic, super quick upwind. They have this mode which seems to work really well in these conditions, upwind and quick downwind as well.
American Magic, second, Alpha Plus, third, Platform, fourth, Criolla.
Yeah, I think they can come away from today pretty happy with how they've set the boat up and how they're sailing the boat and the speed they're getting out of it. And you can see kind of the way that they're racing there. They're kind of happy to let the speed speak for itself almost. They put themselves in positions so that they can gain control, and they allow their speed to get them there as well. Yeah, they're clearly super confident with how the boat's going, and yeah, as I said, if I could have that mode, I'd be pretty stoked.
Indeed, but they have a big lead going into the final day. We expect to get 2 races tomorrow, a 10 races series. We're on race number 8. 3:30 from memory is the time limit for the last possible warning signal. We should make that quite comfortably, you would imagine. The sea breeze is continuing. Looking then at American Magic, a few more smiles today. Victor Diaz de Leon just acknowledging the presence of his technical team and coaching support on board the Protector there. James Line, the Uber coach, who works closely with Terry Hutchison, but has worked with American Magic and Quantum Racing for many years, but also oversees the coaching program for the other teams who use Quantum, which is principally Alpha Plus, Vayu and Gladiator. And Alpha Plus for sure attributing some of their improvements this season to the move to Quantum, particularly with the coaching support. Edo was talking about that this morning, just saying that it really the data collection analysis that is provided means they know exactly where they stand in terms of speed and mistakes round the course, strengths and weaknesses. However, a good second there, Katie, for Alpha Plus. A nice comeback after the big disappointment of having crossed the finish line in 5th and ending up with a penalty, presumably having to recross and get 12th. So credit to Alpha Plus and also to Platoon Aviation, Katie, for both these teams.
Yeah, I think teams that are able to kind of bounce back so strongly after a tricky race, and I think Platoon especially, having bounced back today in general after a really tricky start to the regatta, it just, yeah, I think it's really incredible and really inspiring actually to see them be able to do that and see them kind of continue to really fight and continue to get those good results no matter what's happened in the rest of the week. And yeah, it's really cool.
Indeed, Platoon Aviation, I guess, we'll catch up with the team, hopefully with Morgan Reeser, their coach, who spoke to us this morning, and he was just saying that it's so important that they just don't make fundamental basic mistakes and do the fundamentals well. I think in general they did that to a great extent, but the main problem was that penalty at the windward mark in the previous race, which cost them. However, it will be a big confidence boost for them to come away with a 1st and a 3rd today. And also for Alpha Plus. But we're for sure it's going to be a super tight challenge for the podium. Allegra are in that fight, Sled are in that fight, Alpha Plus are in that to fight. I think a really exciting finale, a big super Saturday ahead, Katie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the podium is within reach to so many teams, and yeah, with 2 races and kind of no discards and quite a big fleet with such tight racing, you can so easily pick up big points, and I think it's going to be right down to the wire tomorrow.
Indeed, then American Magic leaving the core team on board, getting the sails ashore, getting the everything set up for the debriefs, and then into the evening we've got Greg Gundell, the long serving bowman for the American Magic team there with the harness on, just getting the thanks of Terry Hutchison, and Sarah Stone there just drinking the rehydrating as they come back in. So there we go, there's the points table going into the final day. Absolutely incredibly close, other than American Magic then with that 18-point lead after the 1-6-1-1, leading on 27 points. Sled hanging in there on second, but only on count back relative to Alpha Plus, both on 45 points. I mean, also let's not forget that Edo Stead on Alpha Plus used to sail with Sled, as he used to sail with American Magic. So great finale in prospect. Allegra just 1 point behind on 46 points. In fourth, Alcedo Vitamina in fifth on 47. Creel on 49 and sixth. Privet's a little bit further back after that 12th in that race. A 10-2-12 today really is the big Palma roller coaster for the Privetza team. Past winners here in 7th. Paprec in 8th. 765 is generally a pretty consistent day overall for the French team. They can be reasonably proud of that. Value in 9th on 55 points. Platoon Aviation 193 for the day on 61 points. 64 for Gladiator. 911.9 really is not what we'd expect from the team who won here on countback last year. And Teasing Machine in 12th. Really getting better today with a pair of 8th places. Katie, who's your money on tomorrow other than American Magic?
I think Alpha Plus have been on definitely on an upward trajectory. I think they've raced really well today, and I think if they can kind of keep going with that momentum tomorrow, then I think they could be shaping up for a pretty good end to the regatta.
Well, there we go. There's the circuit standings. Our boys with the boys and girls with the supercomputers working overtime. Steam coming out of the office next door, working out the circuit standings at the moment. Well, American Magic then have that big lead now as they head into the final day of the regatta tomorrow, and then the finale in Porto Cervo beckoning on the horizon. 120 points versus 167 for Sled. So Sled looking, dare I say it, quite comfortable for second, but then that battle for third. Paprec still holding a very small advantage, just 2.5 points going into tomorrow. Psychologically, it's so important, I think, for the French to leave Palma with the upper hand and go into a finale against the Italians in Porto Cervo. That's going to be one of the mouth-watering prospects for Porto Cervo. And then Platoon Aviation in fifth. You'd have to consider they've got a big ask to try and get up onto the podium. They've finished on the podium so many times over past years. Alpha Plus in sixth, a battle with Platoon Aviation for fifth and sixth. Allegra not too far behind on 209. 215 for Vayu. Gap back to Prevets on 227. Gladiator 259. Phoenix on 281. 317 for Criolla. And Teasing Machine, neither of these two boats. We're expecting Phoenix back, though, I believe, in Porto Cervo. Anyway, that's it for the day here in Palma, in Puerto Portales. A big Super Saturday showdown tomorrow. American Magic, though, have that lead, but everything to play for the podium places will join. Please do join us tomorrow. We'll see you then.
The world's leading monohull racing circuit is back in Puerto Portales in Mallorca. Teams are all set to do battle on the Bay of Palma.
Oh, it's a penalty.
The boats are fully powered up. The whole crew, they're in the back of the boat. I absolutely love it.
Who would have thought a big win for the Finns? Great racing, Sled catching American Magic.
They are neck and neck.
Everything is possible until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic racing.
What a thrilling race. Oh my god.